You will be our silent eye. for us. My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within us. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright. 'Cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dog regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dog regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
变化永远指引着2条路，向后一步， 是固步自封，泯然众人；向前一步是君子豹变，奇闻未也。战场与对手在变，登峰与涅槃成为了悬于所有队伍头顶的利剑。迈向登峰，鏖战远远没有结束，跌入涅槃，更要经受锤炼之苦。即使是晨光熹微，也要踏上自己坚信的骑士之路。命运与心境在变，有人改换门庭，为的是在既定的轨道里改写故事；有人破釜沉舟，求的是在；有人一路坦途，天赋异禀，惊艳世人，要的是境随心转，不变应万变。起点与终点在变，拼命追赶奔赴的远方，可能是猎场；整装待发的起点，可能是别人的梦想。季后赛只是新的起跑线，发令枪响，尘埃未定，莫问归途。
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. The race for the Silver Dragon Cup continues as we crest into the next round. I am Mazel. I'm joined by the ever-lovely Trouble, and we are going to have some fun tonight. Does the NIP miracle run continue, or does Weibo put a stop to it?
Anyone who's been a big fan of NIP from the CSGO era, they know about the NIP magic, and definitely going up against Weibo Gaming, the consistently inconsistent but now very consistent team. They're gonna need some of that magic tonight.
I think I got it. All right, we'll see if we can keep track of that as we go. So it's going to be a lot of fun, though. But let's go ahead and take a look at this wonderful setup that we've already had, because I think the most interesting part about our bracket, obviously, is, first of all, it's probably one of the best setups for playoffs in the world, but it is do
Unbiased.
or die all the way to round 4.
Absolutely, and BLG and LNG have not even showed their teeth yet. We've got 2 series to go, and then those 2 big dragons are going to be jumping into the game as well. And NIP have a very tough task in their hands. Road to Worlds for Rookie continues. They've had 2 series back-to-back. The revenge best of versus LGD went really well. It was a banger for series versus JDG as well. A team that showed so much promise, but NIP managed to bring them down in what I would say wasn't necessarily a decisive series in terms of a score, but the wins that they took look very, very strong. And the fact that especially the bot lane looked good versus a ruler bot lane is very promising coming into today.
That's what's crazy. Again, this whole team story, the background, we'll get to dive into that stuff. But let's go ahead and take a look at their opponents first. First time we're going to be able to see Weibo Gaming. And this is a team that, at least in the Rumble stage, we're able to turn it up a little bit. I mean, things have been a bit rocky. You thought maybe bringing in Breathe and Tarzan was going to steady things up, but there was a lack of consistency from this team, as always. But it seems like they've been able to find the right pieces to find the right puzzle.
I feel like if this particular graphic could be remade, there are so many crowns and medals you can put around all of these players. So many, there's world champs, there's multi-MSI champions, looking at Shahu in the mid lane. There's many
Put him top lane too, don't worry.
LPL champions, you know, top 4 worlds, world's finalist appearances. There's just so much experience in this roster that you would expect them to be a contender, not just for just going to worlds, but actually taking the whole split in summer for the LPL. It wasn't quite the case at the very beginning, but I feel like with Shahu stepping up and Tarzan finding more of a facilitating factor in the team, they have looked really good moving into playoffs.
I think trying to utilize some of Breed's advantages is super important, but Tarzan has been an absolutely crucial piece to this team, and he's been so involved in how their game plans work out earlier. IP, who have just been on fire after going 0-8 in the, I said that right, that's the right number.
Oh my God.
In the Rumble stage, they have gone on an absolute tear of best of fives here to make it to this round, to face off against Weibo. And this team has just found the consistency that wasn't there for them all of the split, it felt like.
This is incredible. They did not win a single game in Group Ascent. The last team, actually, that they lost to in Group Ascent was LGD. And we were all thinking, if NIP can come back in this group, even as their last game, even if it means nothing, because they would still be solidified as bottom 2 in Group Ascent. They didn't even manage to beat LGD. So coming into playoffs, LGD being the first match, beating them in a very convincing 3-1 fashion. I think the fire is definitely back. Now, I do see a few numbers over there in the jungle because, of course, Leon stepping in and Aki stepping out. That's 11 Zyra games. And this is definitely one thing that I'm keeping my eyes on. It has nothing to do with Zyra being this overpowered S-tier plus champion. I feel like it's all about comfort for Leon. And I feel like going up against Weibo Gaming, they must have either something in mind to counter him, to put him behind in the jungle of the Zyra, or just straight up take it away or ban it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Tarzan is one of the most cerebral junglers I feel like we have in the LPL, and I expect Lien to have to deal with a little bit more pressure this time around than I thought he was going to get from Kanavi against JDG. But it is a series of situations where Weibo, yes, they're riding some serious highs from recency, especially being able to be in a World Finals, even though they lost. But NIP, when you talk about that magic, it's not only the organization, it's even looking back to last spring and seeing some of the magic they were able to bring to the playoffs there, make it all the way to 4th, but they were the ones that were bringing some of those lane swap metas, so trying to kind of find those ways to make a difference here, even if maybe things are stacked against them.
And I want to bring everyone's attention on the leads at 15 for both of these teams. For Weibo Gaming, if they're ahead at 15, they win 93% of their games. It doesn't happen often. It only happens 40% of the time. But if it does happen, you know that Weibo Gaming know exactly how to close out a game. And the gentleman on your screens on the left is a very big reason, as in why Weibo Gaming have had a resurgence. I feel like Shahu has had a resurgence of his own. He's been heavily criticized coming into spring after being in Worlds Finals, not necessarily performing to his standards, but it feels like more of a Shahu-esque meta in the mid lane with the Lucians, with the AD carries playing through side lane. That really fits him and the team.
I don't know, though. Rookie's been popping off on the ADs. He says he hates them, but the man's just been tearing people apart with that pick, with a lot of picks in the mid lane, especially the AD-centered ones. But I was looking at that, like 800 damage per minute for Rookie. If you look at one person, especially for NIP for the longest time, now it really has been Rookie who's been stepping up, and the question has been begged to others to find those moments to reach his level. And I think we have seen a lot of step-ups from the other parts of this team, but it is another test, another moment to step up, and another best of 5 that would mean that you either win and go to Guardian Angel, or you take a loss and you're done for 2024. We'll see you in the regionals.
I could not agree more with you about Rookie. I feel like specifically, if you guys watched over in spring how the development worked for NIP moving towards the end of their playoffs run again in spring, I feel like Rookie put such a Herculean effort, especially in the last best of. He tried his best. His Thalia was legendary. The way he was playing around Fog of War, the way he was constantly looking to make those plays through the side lanes, trying to get their laners ahead, was absolutely incredible. And I feel like it's no easy task, because right now NIP have massively stepped up in general. We saw their bot lane, which was also heavily criticized over in summer, Faulting as well, had not been playing as aggressively as we saw them in spring, and they did not necessarily get a lot of advantages in the early game. They took down Ruler and Missing plenty of times in their best of versus JDG.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest surprises. Like, how did that 2v2 go so wrongly? Even though when we looked at some of the team fights, maybe there was some things falling apart in some ways. But it's an NIP that I feel like they found their stick. They try to go with that Zyra and jungle. They get a lot of setup potential in the spacing of team fights and getting Rookie and Photic ahead. If they don't get that, that's where those questions rely, and that's where we can hyper-focus on Weibo and what has exactly worked for them, because we talked about the activity for Tarzan, some of that at least proficiency in finding the right paths and delivering resources places, but this is going to be a series where maybe some of that inconsistency that we've seen from Light and Crisp over this season, especially in summer, it needs to be handled.
I feel like I have seen one of the best performances on Leona ever from Crisp
Yeah.
this summer. I remember a particular game. I literally cannot remember who it was against, but this guy was everywhere. I was scared to look around me because Crisp would actually be behind me. You know the meme where they're like, oh, look behind you? Well, Crisp would be there. So I was afraid to look behind me as well. I feel like when Crisp is on point, Light follows up on that one. Specifically how Tarzan and Crisp have been able to link up together when they have a priority bot lane down bot or a safe bot lane for Light has been incredible. And all the stories about Weibo being consistently inconsistent, I feel like they don't apply necessarily that much to them anymore, because I feel like in their wins, they look so cohesive, which is something they weren't able to do over in spring.
Some of the games have just been absolutely exemplary from Weibo. And then you have other games that I feel like not as boom or bust as in the past, but you do wonder, you know, if they can continuously fight. Because one thing about Tarzan, if he doesn't see it and he goes for it and things go wrong, he'll still go for it a lot of the times. So try to find a way to support that in a way is super important. So maybe trying to look at this mid lane matchup and how that priority that we know they're going to be fighting for so heavily is going to be influencing a lot of these early game decisions from the junglers.
No, absolutely. Make no mistake, Shaco is back. This is his kind of meta evolution that's been played on multiple lanes for him. We mentioned how he's a triple MSI champ. One of those was in the top lane. He knows everything about transitioning champions, playing different champions, bringing those sort of characteristics into different lanes, playing through side lane, making sure that he's safe. He knows all the ins and outs of playing through a side lane. And I feel like with NIP, this has been a bit of a struggle. We've seen some very weird TP flanks coming in from NIP. We've seen them a little bit lost when it comes to playing the side lane, which is very weird, Marcel, considering these guys literally reinvented the lane swaps.
They gave all the credit to Duo after going through some solo queue games. Hey, this might work. But no, this team has been, I just feel like, on fire. It is so crazy to me, the night and day difference we saw from them going from best of threes to best of fives. I mean, that first best of five against RA, they 3-0'd. Like, it was a level I feel like we hadn't seen from NIP, and that's what makes this story so powerful. It wasn't only the story of getting Rookie back to Worlds after not finding that precipice for so damn long. It's about the whole team finding the moments that matter, knowing that all it matters is when playoffs come around if you can perform, and we have seen them do that. And that's where you look back at the spring run, you look at the run now, and you're like, maybe it could actually happen.
All right, hear me out and hold me accountable to this, okay? You and everyone else. I feel that NIP on a good day, they are probably the best macro team in the LPL. Whether it comes from their understanding on how to play their composition, whether it's the coach, the players, a combination of the both, I would expect. I feel like the win conditions for their opponents every time they go into game, they have been read by them. They will either play away from them or try to counter them or try to divert attention. This was very apparent in the JDG and more so in the LGD series that they played these playoffs. I feel like an NIP that is on their good day is an NIP very hard to beat.
Truly can be, and you look to the engine again. I feel like a lot of times if we are going to see him taken advantage of, it can make things difficult, but that's where the movement and the support from his laners can super help out with that one. And now we get to think about a little bit more of what 14-15 has brought to us here. I don't know if we've necessarily seen so many changes. All the ADs are still in mid lane, I promise you that one. But we have seen some differentiation in kind of first item spikes, things like that. But I also want to think about what Lien goes for without the Zyber. What is going to be a secondary? But we know he's an Italy guy. We know he can go aggressive. Is he going to be willing to do that against Tarzan, you think?
I mean, here's the funny thing, right? Looking at his entire pool ever since he joined NIP, it's been all AP junglers. The Lilia, the Kathas, the Nidalee, the Brand. It's sort of the same quote-unquote style of jungling that he brings in. Because even with the Zara, he'll play it in a Nidalee-esque way. You know, he'll play it more aggressive. He'll go towards that both side of the map. And I feel like this is one of the most important things. The fact that he's been using that Zyra for bot lane control over and over again. We saw it from Croco as well. Croco did not touch his topside jungle for 6 minutes. He kept wrapping around his bot lane 3 times in a row. So I feel like definitely Zyra is a champion to look at in terms of the picks and bans that is coming right up. But I feel like he has so much more in his arsenal.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get some of those fun setups in the jungle, or if we just get a little bit more of a differentiation from that Zyra. But that is also where we can take a look at what the mid lane matchup has in store for us here, where Rookie has consistently gone for the likes of the Zerys, the Tristanas, the Lucians. He's even played a couple Smolder games as well. We also know the Aurora is in his pocket. We saw them take absolute advantage of LGD in that fashion and utilize it in the draft. So I'm really curious if first of all, both these guys are willing to go with the Aurora, but what ADs we're going to be getting today.
And the very fun thing is that if you look at champion pools all across the board, for all the players included in the NIP versus Weibo Gaming series, there's such vast variety within all the champions, the APs, the ADs, the tanks, the bruisers, the AD carries.
Except for Liam, you know?
I feel like this particular, except for Liam so far, but I feel like this particular draft is going to be absolutely incredible in terms of how many picks will be banned away, but still how many more are up for grabs.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how the meta develops here, and especially if NIP are going to try to take advantage of any of that as well. We have seen them kind of opt into also Dwo's Rel, which has been getting him MVPs left and right, it feels like, and a lot of the setup provided through that. Crisp has also really liked that choice as well, so maybe looking at how they can influence the map setup and things, because I do think that Dwo, yes, he looks good on other champions, and we've seen him obviously perform on other champions, but the Rel itself just feels like another level for him. So there's a couple picks for NIP that I'm like, okay, if they get through, those are good check marks to make things go right.
Absolutely. And again, for Weibo Gaming, they do not get ahead very much at 15 with only 40%. But if they do, it's almost a done deal. They can close out a game 93.3% of the time. So I feel like NIP here are going to have to be on top of the game and actually not give that opening in the early game to Weibo to be able to get ahead. And again, as we're moving straight in the draft, guys, get prepared. There's way too many champions to get banned out. We're only going to get the minority banned.
NIP have an opportunity to make up for the Rumble stage 2-0ing that they took against Weibo, this time in a best of 5 that is oh so important for both sides. Weibo on the blue side, they're going to ban away the Zyra and the Rumble. We got NIP on that red side banning away the Lucian and the Ashe so far.
Ooh, very interesting actually that they're banning away the Zyra. Again, taking away the comfort for Lian. Has been playing for this bot lane so much onto this champion. It provides so much for the team. 11 games played and 70-something% win rate on the champion. So taking this away is a great start. Now, Aurora is one of the new champions added in the arsenal. And I really want to see what NIP's reaction is here. Do you ban it away? Do you give it away and have Rookie with a counter?
You can beg the question. It's a best of 5. You can say, Xiaohu, do you got it? And then you can ask the question afterwards in the second game, okay, do we need to ban it or not? I'm very curious if NIP are going to let that one through. They were very willing to see the chops and see that Haichao and LGD's team weren't willing to go for it. It is going to be left open. So big questions now to Xiaohu or to Breathe. Can be played in top lane as well. It's going to be the Misfortune first pick.
All right, they're prioritizing getting a bully for that bot lane for Light. Making sure that you get a Misfortune, the stat check bot laner. And we're expecting for Chris to go for something like a hard engage support to sort of support that Misfortune in playing a little bit more aggressive. And of course, Photic with one of his more famous champions down the bot lane, that Ezreal. Oh, wait. I was expecting here Rookie to just snatch away the Aurora. It's not going to be the case.
You want that push in mid. He wants the constant prio and also what he's been able to use so well to support the rest of the team and be the guy that's always there, as we always know he is. I think the Lilia ban was quite interesting against Tarzan. I think his Lilia is dirty, but we also have seen him go with a little bit more facilitation picks and things like that. See if he wants to go with that.
what's better than his Lilia Sejuani?
It is.
Which is
it
very, it's very weird to say, but I feel like this guy just never misses on the Sejuani. His
That and his
pathing, the
Poppy.
way he sets up for his team is absolutely incredible. And Shahu with the Zeri mid lane, we're going to have 4 first picks, 4 AD carries banned, and stay tuned because they're still the top laners. You never know.
I'm starting to see, I don't know, I mentioned it briefly. I'm starting to see a little bit of a Poppy angle here. I don't know. Tarzan's Poppy is kind of insane. I don't know how she does on 14-15 actually, though. But it is the Renekton. Blind picked for Bree. Going to have some presence in the top side, and it is going to the support of the team for Lian in the Ivern.
That's very interesting. A complete switch of gears for Leon in the jungle. Had only showed the Zyra, Lilia, Karthus, Nidalee, Brand, all the AP junglers, and we were expecting, I was actually expecting maybe to see him onto something like a Brand, having so much priority through Rookie in the mid lane. But right here, he's taking a step back, and he's playing the facilitator for his team. Now, what I need to see from NIP is a few bulky champions in the front line. You've got the damage, you've got the sustain, potentially maybe a bruiser over for Sanji on the top lane to bully away the Renekton, and a very hard engaged support for Zuo to make the plays.
Maybe they try to focus that down a little bit and take that away, because right now that's the obvious focus that NIP are going to need with the jungle setup they have. Right now it's, though, the Shanji comfort pool being focused by Weibo as they take away the Kennen. See if they want to match up a little bit more in that top lane here, because the blind Renekton is something to be taken advantage of, maybe with counter pick from Shanji. But the Maokai actually being taken away from Tarzan and trying to take away some of those facilitators that we were talking about.
I'm getting a little bit scared right here. I feel like what NIP are trying to do is take away the 100% setup with the Maokai, put Sanji on his Kesanji pick, and then force Tarzan onto something like the Sejuani. It's not going to be the case, actually. Kesante is going to be the last ban
There
right
it
here.
is. Let's go. It's going to be Shanji.
Okay. He's laughing. All right.
Yeah, he's got to take it. He's got the stuff. That's what's so cool about this pick. I know people talk about it all the time, whatever your take is on it. I think it is interesting, especially with the AD meta we have, that all of a sudden we have an AP mage that can handle top lane and stay very mobile and has one of the most game-changing ultimates for setup that you can think of. I love this from NIP. They are trying to break the mold a little bit here. And Weibo, they ain't breaking nothing. They're going with the Rel for Crisp, and they're going to go with some more setup for them. They need go tools, and that's exactly what they're looking for.
I feel like they've given Weibo Gaming everything they wanted. They wanted to take Thrall away from Jewel and put it onto Crisp, which is his most played champion. Breaking shield on demand with the Q, and you're playing an Ivan from the side of NIP. You're really reliant on these shields in the front line, which you don't have much of. Most of your front line will be something like a Daisy, most likely, or the support that Jewel is about to lock in here. And NIP, they do not have a lot of gold buttons. Weibo Gaming with more of a self-agency when it comes to engaging those fights, having Crisp, looking through those opportunities to dive in within a brand combo. I feel like Weibo Gaming got exactly what they wanted in this draft.
I got to give huge praise to the coaching staff, to the players, everybody on Weibo's side. Their bans are so incredibly good against what we've seen be good for NIP. And they have a composition that's been very strong as the meta has gone on, but it enables Tarzan to be extremely active, and you have to look at what Loyen can do to dissuade that a little bit.
And I'm looking also in the top lane, right? Because all of the eyes are going to be, wow, Rookie versus Shahu, Tarzan, Leon not on his Zyra, what can he do in the jungle? But I'm looking primarily towards the top side of the map because I've not necessarily seen a lot of Auroras just pop off through that top lane. And I feel like in the mid lane, this champion is more able to bully other AD carries or like melee champions like Yona away. Like I've seen it in competitive play. So I'm looking over at NIP and I'm like, okay, what has Shanji been cooking? Shanji has been one of the most creative top laners, if you will. The Shivanas, the Rise he's brought in, the Mordekaisers, the Udyr has come back, and now playing that Aurora. Can you shut down Breathe in lane with that pick?
All the questions and the answers just a little bit further down the road. It's game number 1, starting off our round number 3. It's NIP's Miracle Run. 3 best of 5s going their way so far. Can they make it a 4th and get to the Guardian Angel round in round number 4? Or will Weibo stop them in their tracks? No longer inconsistently consistent, but it is a team that has to answer the call. It's going to be Xiaohu versus Rookie. It's Tarzan versus Lian, and it's game number 1. Love that we get the energy of the crowd at least a little bit. It was so funny when the camera went up. They all looked over like, are we doing it? Are we, is it going to happen? We did it. Good with cheers, though. Love
It's also first game of the day, you know?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
give them a
You know,
break.
they were just
They'll
getting
get used to
there.
it.
They were getting all situated, you know, still maybe getting some, you know, concessions. I don't know. But let's go ahead and take a look at what this setup could be, because it's a very different look in some ways for NIP in this one. It's not the Zyra, obviously, but it's also a pick that you can be a big help to your team, but you can also be taken advantage of if the pathing doesn't go right. So I'm very much eyes on Lian and how he can make this Ivern pick work.
Now, here's what I think about Ivern, right? I put the title on Ivern as a jobless jungler. Basically, you don't have to do the
Starting
hard
off
work
good.
in your jungle. Yeah, you don't have to do a lot of work in the jungle, right? You just mark in your camps, and during that time, you have time off to try and influence lanes. And your Q is a very important tool because you can get Brom in there to start stacking his passive. So I'm expecting to see Lian again play through that bot lane. That's exactly what he's been doing with his Zara pick as well. Full clear the jungle really quickly with that champion and then try to influence that bot side of the map potentially with a dive. And let's see here if Fortican's Wall are going to be able to stack up a wave to potentially pull a dive onto Light and Crisp.
So what I'm hearing is Lian works in the jungle and then he takes vacations to go out to the lanes. All right, we'll have
No,
to see.
he's jobless.
Oh, okay,
He's just
okay,
roaming
okay.
around the jungle.
Well, either way.
He missed like, oh, he missed
No,
like,
oh no. Okay, well, close it. Okay, good. We don't have to look at that anymore. It's fine. No, but we will see how this 2v2 goes.
observers are ruthless.
They really are. They really are. We always know that. They have our backs in that regard. But we do see, you know, obviously the setup right now needs to be on this bot side for the side of Weibo. Everybody's, you know, trying to get down this way to influence this 2v2. And we know that has worked for NIP in recent history.
And I'm curious right here, because I said Zwol sporting the heel down the bot lane. I feel like if you look at the NIP composition, it's very much a, we peel backwards, we've got 2 AD carries with a lot of self-agency in terms of being slippery around, a lot of jumps from Tristana, Arcane Shift from Ezreal. You're going to have Ivan shields that are, you've got Brom. It's an extremely undiveable composition with not a lot of go buttons forward. So what I'm expecting to do is for Weibo Gaming to try and find picks that are isolated from the Ivern, potentially the Brom, to try and get numbers advantage.
You can see both junglers heading in mid lane a little bit, influence that priority there. These mid laners unlocked. We're going to get a 2v2 kicked off down here. It's Crisp goes for the early fight. Just end up dodging out of the Mystic shot there. Now you got the concussive blows connecting. The heal's going to be popped just to get some fighting strength, but Light able to pop some damage right back to NIP.
Well, they'll be back and forth down the bot lane as both the junglers are going to be taking away the Scuttle Crabs. And Tarzan right here walking into Lian's jungle, trying to get some control. See the whereabouts of Lian. Both of them are going to be back in, and so far, so good. The whole map has been extremely stable. You look across every lane, pretty even when it comes to the CSing for all of those laners. And so far, again, a little reminder, if Weibo Gaming is ahead at 15, 93.3% of the time, they end up winning the game.
Gotta hold them to that. See how long that stat stays online for them here. But we do have our first objective coming up on taking a big priority. In a lot of games, we do see some games where the early tempo is huge and they're able to take those. But we've seen teams be very respectful around the prio bot lane to get those 2v2s in terms of when the dragon can be taken.
It's actually crazy here because I feel like NIP with this composition, they're looking to team fight, right? You've got all the tools to peel backwards. You've got all the tools to poke away with the Ezreal. You've got Daisy to try and face check for you. So definitely those neutral objectives will be huge for NIP, and scaling is a huge factor for the composition. Lian
Trying to find. They have the concussive blows there. Even the flash coming through. They're going to go for the flashes back. Light dodging away. And Chris doing an expertful job there. But concussive blows still connect. They try to find him under turret. There's the flash out from Chris. And he will survive. NIP try to juggle it. But it's Weibo that make it out away.
Light and Crisp absolutely beautifully juggle around the aggression of NIP to trade the shots. They queue from Crisp to stop the engage. The sidestep from Light when he no longer had flash onto that queue from the Ivan. Beautifully done. They do lose every single summoner spell. But both flashes, all three flashes were actually blown from NIP as well. So technically this is a success for the bot lane of Weibo Gaming. And as you can see, they're heading towards the top of the map to try and assist the jungler with the void grabs. Let's watch this one more time. Light gets tagged, so he has to instantly flash away for the passive to not get procced from Brom. And Leanne flashes with the Q, Light sidesteps and look at that. Chris stands right in front of him, taking every single shot, and then flashes the last auto before the Brom passive procs. Really well done by the duo on the bot lane.
Huge stuff there, and already showing some mechanical prowess as Tarzan himself will be fighting off the grubs and takes the first 3 here for Weibo. They are hovering heavily over topside, and Shanji's very diveable. He has between worlds to pop if he needs to. Does have a lot of mobility. He's gonna pop it. He wants to go for the distance here. He wants to try to get away. Oh, it fell down though. Now he's gonna have to burn his flash. Not exactly using the combo very proficiently, but hey, you're still mobile. You're still a bunny mage, and you still make it out alive.
All right, so here's the deal. If you guys are not very familiar with what Aurora does, when she pops up the walls, it's kind of like a Camille ult. You cannot walk out. However, if Aurora walks on one of the walls, she will be teleported to the immediately opposite side of that circle. Now, Shanji blew his ult, he blew his flash, and he has an entire wave pushing into him with Crisp and Light pressuring that one.
Yeah, I really like this move from Weibo. They capitalize on the move to Grub to try to take down Shanji. Light takes the turret though. Oh no, just not respecting the damage done, and it's a 1-for-1.
I want to say you take those because the kill went over to Crisp, Light ends up dying. You keep 3 people busy on the top side of the map. However, Sanji loses so much as well. Does end up getting the kill, which is a huge influx of gold depending on that play. However, he does lose the cannon, a bunch of experience that is crushed underneath this tower. Let's watch this one more time. He'll hop over in the invisibility, but he's getting seen by the ignite right there. Crisp thinks he's tanking the tower, actually. He stayed behind, but it was Light that had taken the initial aggro there.
Bit unfortunate. The high highs, the low lows already on display here. Leon, as we see a little bit
we just praised them how they juggled the
light and the dark. You have to know which one you want to take here, as we have both the luminous bros here going to battle and fight we know very, very well here. But something I want to talk about as we are getting to level 6s.
Bros?
I mean, Photic, Light, you know. Yeah.
All right, man. Sorry, go on.
Weibo, we talked a little bit more about the peel back, some of that team fighting aspect of NIP. Weibo, on the other hand, they do have a lot of team fighting strength, especially at those level 6 marks. I mean, their wombo combo is insane, but they also have sustained damage underneath that with Xiaohu on the Zeri. So I'm very reliant on positioning and execution in these team fights by both these teams.
Absolutely, and I feel like for NIP it's going to be even more, right? They do not necessarily have much of a front line to rely on. It's going to be just Daisy, potentially Brom. Talking about Daisy, she has been spawned in the top lane.
3v1 up here, that's not fair. Tell Daisy to go away. Daisy's trying to get the knock up here as well. Oh, does get it. The Glacial's gonna proc as well. The Twinfold Hex, not gonna, Twofold Hex rather, not gonna get it. Does get a little bit more damage on the back end though. Breathe still has dominance, still has flash, gonna pop to get the extra health and the rage bar going. Trying to get these waves. That's a massive wave to get. He's gonna queue it, and that's huge. Oh. Now Leanne trying to get the connection onto the turret here as they take the plate over for Shanji.
That was so well played by Breathe. The whole Dominica's Photic and Zuo might be under trouble. There's not a lot of wave left, so Tarzan is going to walk off of that, but the E forward into the 2-man queue to heal up from Breathe as well was huge to try and make sure that he stays safe up the top lane. And gank crisis averted. He does get to keep his slots, just has to burn the ultimate underneath his tower. So all good so far. And again, this game has started pretty slow, but once it pops open, I'm expecting to absolutely explode. We are only 5-ish minutes away from the 15-minute mark, and I'm seeing Weibo ahead. And now, I don't like to bring a lot of stats-based analysis, but hey, the stats say 93%. Weibo wins.
The numbers don't lie. Oh,
Numbers don't
no!
lie.
Rookie missed the kid. Oh, it's all over.
No.
Go ahead and go to game 2. Thank you, observers, yet again. Incredible stuff. We do.
Missing the Q on the Krugs. Now missing the
Don't
cannon.
worry about
What
it.
is
It's
happening?
fine. We got to take a look at the map setup right now and how we're positioning for these grubs, though, because there could be a grub again on the line for Weibo. NIP do not want to let that happen. They've already moved bodies over here. They also have Rookie already on the top side to try to push this down and get to this fight.
And as you can see, the two major first items for the junglers have been completed. Leandris with the burn right there for Tarzan, and the redemption for the extra support being
Shanji's
completed by
running.
Leon. No one else has any item completed right here, but everyone is willing. Shanji has to run, doesn't have the TP. Breathe has more of the luxury of choosing when to join this fight if Weibo Gaming do find an opening for it. However, right now NIP are gonna already start the grabs, and I feel like Weibo might be looking towards a dragon maybe?
They were looking to see if they could catch
They looked at
maybe
mid.
Photic and Shanji in transition there, but Juo has actually done a really good job of holding the door there as the Braum. Xiaohu is on a flank right now. Ultra Shock Laser will come through. They're already getting one of the passive procs onto Juo, who has about half health now. One of those grubs, two of them rather, already going over. They're re-engaged with Glacial Fissure there for a little time over top. They don't have an exit. There's the Between Worlds getting a ton of damage onto Chris. Tarzan's getting low too, and they have a couple bodies hit the floor, but Weibo, they have more.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming right here juggled it very, very well. Crisp goes forward. Light makes sure that Crisp has a way back by pulling out the bullet time. There is still one Void Grub left, but no jungler alive for Weibo Gaming to secure that fourth, get that Void Grub buff to take down towers. However, Shaco is going to take that opportunity. Get some gold back into his pocket by taking one tire plate in mid. Let's watch this replay one more time. You see Crisp finds Juo. Juo, one of the only frontliners for NIP right here. Takes a lot of damage, but he's gonna jump backwards. And that bullet time is very, very crucial because it just blocks everyone from walking forward. Shanji takes the bait. Crisp pins him down with the ultimate, and Shanji ends up falling on that one. 2 for 1 in favor of Weibo Gaming.
And the thing also that enabled Light so heavily there is they don't have any tools to stop his bullet time after that Glacial Fissure goes down and you aren't in range for the Buster Shot or anything like that. It's very difficult to deal with. So really good reservation or knowing the timing on that one after seeing the initial hit by Juo. But now going to it, it was actually the last grub being kind of forgiven and forgotten as Weibo, I'm surprisingly not going for the fourth grub to get this Might spawn. They want to contest for the Dragon's side. Oh my God, Chris.
Ooh, Crisp.
That was bold, buddy. I like it.
I mean, hey, they know that Sanji's all the way towards the bot side of the map,
Flames
so they had the
flash.
numbers advantage right there. I'm looking at the Renekton and I'm like, come on, buddy, where is your Black Cleaver already? You've got double 80 carry on the team, surely. This is a pretty good choice, but I think this time it's going to be the Stride Breaker coming through for Breathe, especially when you're playing against long-range champions. You need some sticking power on the champion, so
Ooh. NIP brought 5.
especially with Tiamat, that's what he's going for, yeah.
Actually setting up around the Dragon. I love that both teams. I mean, the Dragon's just been chilling there. Both teams are just positioning so heavily around it. Weibo initially didn't want to give over any control over this side of the map.
NIP have already started. Crispy's looking as ever. Weibo
No
Gaming
way.
have. Oh, wait,
Xiaohu?
we've been pinged this ward.
Dude,
Okay.
Xiaohu on the Zeri is just a flank machine. They already got the bullet time, but it's maybe blocked, but it doesn't matter. The Pyroclasm just did so much damage, and then the bullet time finishes him off as well. Weibo are trouncing NIP as Shanji uses his Between Worlds to get away from Breathe. They get a little bit of damage back, but they've already lost their frontliners.
And they're looking still rookie
No,
Photic very,
Photic.
very low.
Oh, he just wanted to get a little bit of damage back. Oh, Crisp is going down. That's big explosive charge into the double kill here for NIP's big solo laders. As now they actually try to defend this one here. Xiaohu playing a little aggressive. Shanji has used the invisibility to get closer, but not going to go for anything more. But
it looked
Rookie
like the
is.
Q- oh.
Rookie says, you want to fight? You want that smoke? I'll take you down. Concussive Blow is going to connect. There's the Glacial Fissure just coming back off cooldown. Connecting on the Light, who has no mana. And NIP, after nothing going right their way, it's Juo, it's the ninjas in pajamas that make this game a little bit more different.
NIP turned this whole game around right before it hits 15 minutes. Weibo Gaming still in the lead, of course, in terms of gold. But that was a play where NIP lost a bunch of members early on to secure the Dragon. And you thought that Weibo Gaming for sure had the advantage into pressuring those lanes. You saw that 2 members of NIP, Swole and Leanne, get caught in the Brand plus Misfortune ultimate, and then everyone else has to run away. Once you lose a couple of members and you only have a few squishes left, you see Sanji, Rookie, and Photic are basically on 3 very squishy carries. You've already lost any relevance of frontline that you have from the side of NIP.
Oh my
but
God.
that Q from Sanji right there, the pull back, plus the auto attack from Rookie sealing the deal. And I feel like this is a little bit disrespectful by Xiaohu and Light. You already know that Chuo and Leanne are already on their way back from base, and Light is just walking up with no, like, I don't know.
To be fair, it's rough. I mean, Sanji going invisible, I didn't really expect it maybe there, but in the end, you should expect that. Because that's what this champion does, taking advantage of the little moments like that.
The unexpected.
Yeah, I guess so. We are on full first items for everybody here as well, so we're going to have a little bit more of that fighting strength around. We have that Malignance, obviously, for Sanji. But we still have more contesting to be done over the top side of the map because the Rift Herald is up.
And as you can see, again, Weibo Gaming have been rotating their entire map for those neutral objectives, specifically towards the top side of the map. This Rift Herald is not going to be no different. NIP are going to have to find their own unique way of getting inside this one. Rookie, as you can see, the highest member in levels together with Breathe. Definitely making a difference right here. They need to pressure that mid lane, but Rookie taking a pretty good trade on Light.
Swole taking a decent chunk as well. The Rift Herald will go down to Weibo. Now they're actually looking to collapse over onto NIP, catch them in that choke point they've caught them in before. And that's where we can check in on these styles and maybe the stylistic differences that these compositions are bringing. Because we've seen Weibo pull theirs up. It's the Wombo combo from hell, and they've been able to do it already multiple times. Whereas NIP, we talk so much about their peel back and the way they can try to outfight these plays.
I mean, they definitely have the members to do that, right? As Joao is fishing for that Tribush, they definitely have the members. They've got the Ezreal and Tristana on Photic and Rookie, respectively. So you're very self-sufficient when it comes to those teamfights, and you can play them from whatever angles you please. However, it is just much easier to be on Weibo Gaming's side because one good engage by Crisp, you know damn well somebody's gonna be dying. The bullet time, plus the Brand combo, plus Breathe diving your backline, someone is gonna go down. I feel like for NIP to be safe, you're gonna need a bunch of scaling coming through from the Ivern and from Leanne to try and keep those carries protected together with Brom.
Well, I was like, dang, that's what it's like? Man, I can't believe I'm doing that to people. Every time. Well, with the Rel, very proficient. But I think something that needed to happen if Weibo were going to find success tonight was the cohesion between Tarzan and Crisp. We see both of them at 100% KP. We see both of them having a lot of say in how this game has been dictated so far. So I really love to see them performing to the moment, even though we haven't seen Weibo in a little while.
Yeah, and I feel like specifically for Crisp, he has had a very, very good split so far. Again, I want to reference his Leona performance earlier on in the split, which has been a magnificent play of a support that I've seen in a very, very long time. And Chris, basically, when he gets to link up with Tarzan, when he gets to be free onto the map, he's one of the scariest supports because he will find the angles to engage on you. We've seen it already in this game, how he plays through his Hex Splashes, hiding behind walls, trying to pull off the engages. Again, one engage, one stun landed by Crisp is all Weibo Gaming need to just pull off their ultimates and make someone disappear from an IP.
Keep a track on that as well, but the Dragon stacking is going to be put to a stop here by NIP as they ceded control over this side of the map. That'll be the first Dragon for Weibo in this Ocean Soul. Honestly, extremely important to get this Dragon Soul for both these two teams to see a little bit more prevalence around those objectives as they spawn. But now, the Rift Herald. We don't get a moment to rest because Weibo want to keep the ball rolling.
That's beautiful. They're catching NIP onto their resets. They're popping the Rift Herald mid lane. They're going to open up the map, which is very, very, very important. Again, when you have a very squishy composition, losing your mid lane tier 1 is so important because Weibo Gaming have so many ways of catching up on you with the Realm, with the Renekton. So Fog of War is going to be very scary right here for NIP, and they're going to have to be on top of their game, using that Ivern, using that Braum to try and gain some control back of their jungle. As you can see already, like looking at the top side, it's all lit up in blue wards from the side of Weibo Gaming. So it's going to start getting more and more scary now that the mid lane tower has gone down.
I want to do a check-in on the side of NIP, especially towards Lien. Not on the Zyra. How we feeling about it so far? Still been able to keep up a little bit with Tarzan.
I feel like he has been quite active with the Ivern as well. I feel like the nature of the champion, not necessarily having a lot of jobs in your jungle, sort of forces you to be a little bit more active around the map. And I feel like there have been instances when I feel like he went top lane twice, he went bot lane twice as well. He has been trying to catch up and be active. However, it's not the easiest playing against the brand, of course, as Shaco. It's going to take a little bit of hurt right here from Rookie. Great trade.
Yeah. My goodness, getting a ton of benefit going into Xiaohu there. Breathe. Trying to lock him down here. So, yeah, might have overextended there, Rookie. That is a big croc. Have a decent amount of damage and get the TP out of NIP. Now Rookie wants to step forward, realizing they don't really have any tools but to run away. As the concussive blows are there, the Glacial Fish are going to follow up. They're trying to get the damage. They can't get the fourth shot there, or the third, rather. And NIP, they are pushing tempo and topside. They don't really have the tools to take this Baron, but they're going to look for a tier 2.
The hold up here. Rookie was just 1v3 right there, 1v2 for the longest time.
NIP overstayed.
Have the numbers.
They have TP from Rookie. He is going to try to join a little bit further back from the team. Tarzan coming over. Weibo, they need to get a setup for this choke point. They need to get the Wombo combo up. Rookie is back, and Rookie is looking for more over the wall. Light is still out of there, though, and the Pyroclasm rating held back on NIP. And guess what? Shanji just went into the pit and went into the mouth of the croc. Weibo, they take advantage of NIP's overextension and chop down on their neck.
There's just too many threats on the side of Weibo Gaming to take down for NIP.
Oh, Photic.
I actually thought this was a disastrous fight for Weibo Gaming, but this might be a disastrous overextension from Photic. Still has the tower.
Ooh, try to go for the flash.
Flash for flash.
They have the wave crashing, though. I mean, they are just going to go for this. They realize they cannot take the Baron, but they can definitely take Photic's life, and down he goes with the ship. Breathe gets out the slice and dice. The turret also falls, and Weibo now find themselves in a massive advantage.
A delayed ace right there from Weibo Gaming, and it was just very funny how Breathe just tried to pull up on the tower and he couldn't hit a single ability, yet he comes in for the kill at the end.
It's the flank of a flank.
That fantastic flank, but he pulls his R with Sense Light over the wall and frees him, which allows him then to pull this incredible bullet time that makes the difference. And Shahu being alive, making able to flank through, put down all the damage. NIP did commit to a play that looked very winnable. However, I feel like this Buster shot really ruined their plans.
I would love to actually take a... I know we don't have that power. Maybe I'll do it between games. I'd love to take a look at that a little bit more, because I think what he was thinking is the Buster shot would not let him go out of the between worlds there by Shanji. But ended up getting him over the wall.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll take a look at that later on. Maybe that's some of those reasons why Rookie was looking for that play. But nonetheless, it leads to Weibo just taking full control of the map entirely. And now they have the damage. They're on 2 items for almost everybody that they could just start the Baron up.
5,000 gold up for Weibo Gaming, and they're inviting NIP. Of course they're inviting NIP. NIP do not have any gold buttons. They're like, if you guys want to run into us and engage us, have fun, because you do not have any of that engage. Anyone who overextends from NIP and Crisp actually connects with Weibo Gaming will capitalize upon, which has been the case so far. This is why they're finding themselves 5,000 gold up. Shahu getting jumped on.
And we've seen this time and time again. He's waiting for that dash cooldown to come up, and the rest of Weibo are coming up to help him out as well. He's also probably the strongest member here. I mean, I guess you could argue Light as well, but his dueling potential is very high. And he's going to try to take advantage of that, maybe overzealous, though. Does have the exit if he can get through the wall there.
Saho is
They're
respecting
all around
so far.
here. They literally, that was a 4-man, almost 5-man play by NIP.
But you see the experience, right? And the respect coming through from Shahu, sticking as close to that wall as possible. So in case anyone jumps on you, can jump onto the wall, Sanji.
He's just a little bunny. Come on, man. He can't even get out of that. Even a mobile bunny could never. As Shahu takes him down.
Again, the strike breaker right there coming clutch from Breathe, connecting onto Shanji, taking that pick 5 versus 4 now in favor of Weibo Gaming. And the flash.
Oh my God, they are just taking full advantage here. And it's Tarzan, it's Weibo, but more importantly, it's Crisp, who is having a monumental start to this series. And now it's Weibo's Baron to play with.
That is absolutely ruthless. Again, Rookie right here does have the flank. Photic and Zwo still alive, but this is a 3 versus 5. You don't even have a jungler to try and steal.
Rookie and Xiaohu stay on the AD flanks here every time. Now Photic trying to get some poke damage in. Rookie is in there like swimwear. He's got to try to get out. TP's going to come in. Did they delay this long enough? That's Breathe pop the top. Oh no, Zwo. He's going to give a little bit of the burn over to Photic. He is burning down, but will not go down. They did deny Weibo from the Baron, so the play works.
Very good play from NIP. Deny the Baron and also do not lose anyone in the process, which is very important. Now, NIP, how fast are your recalls right here? Because we're talking about your sole point being on the map. They are finding themselves on a 7,000 gold deficit right here versus Weibo Gaming, and they need to start pulling some incredible team fights, and we need to start seeing some incredible solo performances from the solo laners, of course. Again, the self-agency that you have with things like the Aurora, the Tristana, the Ezreal, the mobility you have around those team fights, they need to be showing their mechanical prowess. As Tarzan is showing his mechanical prowess down here.
My
he sees
God, he got
Ivan overextended. Walks up as well to use the bounce on his body on the ultimate. Beautiful stuff.
The flash combos from Brand are just so despicable every time. And we see them put on full display here. And we begged the question at the beginning, what happens if Lien gets taken advantage of? What happens if he doesn't have the Zyra? What happens if he's really a non-factor in a lot of these moments? And now we have a little bit of an answer to that. And Tarzan, Weibo, they're taking full advantage.
Yeah, and Rookie right here was about 2,000 gold up onto Xiaohu. Now, the tables have turned. Xiaohu finds himself 500 gold in the lead onto an ever-scaling Zarya. And even though we said for NIP, their composition is scaling very, very well. You've got Ivern and and Braum as well to protect while you're peeling backwards. However, Weibo Gaming, they see champion, they kill champion. We said it from the very beginning. So we're gonna need a lot more items for NIP if they want to try and contest versus Weibo Gaming. We need a Renekton that's gonna inevitably at some point fall off. He's only 1,000 gold up 27 minutes in. We're looking at 3 or 4 items for both of your AD carries, mid lane and bot lane for NIP, and then we could potentially be seeing again a resurgence in their team comp. However, Weibo Gaming, the only reason why their winner at 15 when they're ahead is 93% is because they just know how to close out games when they're ahead. They're using their advantage through the jungle. Tarzan has been ruthless and crisp with finding those opens, with seeing the champions and engaging onto them. It's not just a number, it's just the way that Weibo manipulates their gold lead to finish the games.
They have 3 items now, Shield, Bow, Mortal Reminder there for Xiaohu and Light respectively. They can take any fight they want in IP and try to get some positioning over here though. Xiaohu is able to flash away there. Does have a little bit more damage there. If he got hit by the True Shot Barrage, maybe things are a little bit different. But still, it is Weibo that may get away with the advantage they still are holding over NIP. And this is where you can talk a little bit about the level of execution needed by the composition that was drafted by NIP, where in the draft we said Weibo, I mean, they have the kind of meta composition we've seen time and time again from so many teams in the LPL, but NIP were trying to throw a wrench in the works.
Oh man, I'm just seeing Rookie right here, honestly. Just trading with whoever shows up on his screen. He's playing so aggressive. But it's so important right here. Oh my god, because he's trying to take HP bars.
That's flashes on both sides. That was just the barrier from Light. Even though he caught that, he still has so much sustain to keep going. Now they got the TP in from Breathe. He's looking like a predator on the side there. Going to try to take away some of these camps from Lien. NIP will stay alive though, even though it's starting to feel like a bit of a horror movie.
I mean, right now, Rookie is playing on the edge, right? He's trying to take HP bars to then take advantage of somebody having to reset and potentially NIP finding an opening to fight right here. Because, again, they need to do 3 items. Chris is looking.
He wants it so bad. Like, I can find the win right now if I get one big wombo combo. But Weibo just going to use this pressure in mid lane to tease over towards the Baron and force NIP's hand.
They're going to check now. It hasn't been started. It was all a bait, but Weibo Gaming will probably be more than happy to start it right now.
Look how
knowing
fast.
that NIP will feel at ease, seeing that it hadn't been started yet. And then NIP just, they're eating the bait.
You can't
No.
do anything. I just feel like maybe they know something's happening. I would think, oh, okay, he stopped the back, so maybe they didn't. But in the end, it is something where you check that. You're like, okay, maybe they're not doing it. They burn it so quickly, though, with the item spikes that they're on. Now, when they get the next reset, Tarzan himself is going to be on 3 items as well, and you're going to have to try to keep tempo with this team. Those 3 items couldn't come soon enough. You did get it on Rookie, who's been able to be the only one kind of staying consistent. And hasn't that been kind of the name of the game for NIP?
And he needs to go above and beyond here if they are looking to pull this game back together. 8,000 now gold deficit for NIP, and Rookie has been trying so hard to get some experience through that side lane, gain those level advantages. Tarzan now is looking. Ooh.
He has the Baron minion wave here. He's trying to cut the distance on the Rookie, but doesn't find it. Now Jwo taking a little bit of damage on the back. Oh, there's Pyroclasm going to be used. Shanji goes forward with the Between Worlds. A couple combos coming through, but he just gets blasted and turned into a little bit of a rabbit's foot there for Weibo as they continue to siege on this bottom side. They don't really have anything else going for them, so maybe just looking for kills. Rookie trying to get his way out. Does Buster Shot his way to victory, at least for the moment. But here comes Chris and Xiaohu on the back. Oh no, it's missing a barrel, and they've got electrocution in their midst. As that's a couple kills going both ways, couple kills going to Light, couple kills going to Xiaohu, and game 1 looking like it's going the way of Weibo.
Couple kills going over to Weibo Gaming, but none went over to NIP. Absolutely ruthless performance, getting ahead, using their utility, engaging onto NIP, and taking that game number 1.
The question was asked, and Weibo triumphantly answer, what do you got, NIP? Will the miracle run continue? Or will Weibo put a stop to it right now? They took a massive advantage in game number 1 and pummeled NIP with it. You have to look at the combination of Tarzan and Crisp. They were so active, and it just provided so much pressure around the map.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit scared. I'm getting glimpses of end of spring playoffs NIP where Rookie was going above and beyond on a side lane, taking towers, trying to take trades, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, taking flashes, taking objectives, and NIP is just crumbling under pressure. I don't necessarily think that this composition really favored them in terms of trying to make their own plays and get ahead. But again, we said if you give an arm to Weibo, they'll take the entire body away. And that's exactly what they did. Absolutely ruthless with their engages.
See if NIP can stop a little bit of that bleeding here. Maybe put their arms back on. Or I don't know how you do that. We'll have to get to the doctors. Anyways, we'll be back for game number 2 after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer Playoffs as the race for the Silver Dragon Cup continues. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and what a game one to open up this best of 5 in round number 3. It was Weibo holistically controlling the map and holistically controlling NIP's fate.
And I feel like it all started over from the draft. I feel like Weibo Gaming got everything they pretty much wanted. They're guaranteed a gauge with Crisp onto his most played champion, which is that Rel. They got Tarzan onto his brand, again, his most played champion. Breathe on his most played champion. They literally took everything they wanted, plus 2 very, very incredibly high damage 80 carries for Light and Shahu. And I feel like when it came for NIP, it just left him with a sour taste.
Yeah.
Like, what's this Aurora top? Why does every top laner want to play Aurora for no reason? Sanji had so many picks right
everywhere
there.
else.
Okay, and ironically, I know I've been an advocate for don't pick Udyr, but this could have been an Udyr angle in the top lane. Help your Ivern out.
Unfortunately, there was no help to give. We're going to take a look back down
no.
memory lane. Of course, we start with this one. So it was just the fact that there was space on the other side of the wall for the between worlds. So just a bit of a misplay there for NIP, and Weibo, they took full advantage of every misplay that NIP was making. I think it started off from the draft. I'll just say 100% right now. Like, the draft prep was incredible. Weibo literally took the heart and soul out of this NIP team with the picks they denied them, and now we see the reaped benefits.
I just feel like Leon jumping off of the Zyra, he was, yes, a little bit more inactive onto the Ivern, but also you're playing it for a scaling composition. What are you scaling in that late game for if you can't even engage a fight, if you cannot walk into your own jungle? I feel like, again, you needed an extra body in the front line for that Ivern, for the double 80 carries that you have drafted for NIP. That's exactly what Weibo did, right? That's exactly what Weibo did. You just do the same, and Crisp, very deserved.
Absolutely deserved. This guy was popping off. 89% KP. Him and Tarzan were running the map. And that is such an important factor to think about as you think about this best of 5 and the control that can be awarded to them if they have a strong jungle support roaming around the map. And this is Dwo's pick. Like, this is something that Dwo has gotten multiple MVPs on and had those big game-changing differences. And Crisp is the one doing it here this time in game number 1.
Yeah, now absolutely don't get me wrong. Both of these supports are very good on Leona and Rel. They're the 2 most played for both of those. However, this was not even a competition. Crisp could just choose to make the plays, and Dwo just had to sit there and pretty much defend whoever was getting engaged on that. It just left such a sour taste in my mouth with all the coulda, woulda, shouldas, but NIP just looked lifeless with this composition.
And that's where those questions were coming. This is kind of that moment where we were expecting a little bit of this against JDG, but they weren't able to really provide that in a lot of cases. And I think you have to start wondering what happens if you take advantage of these consistent strengths that NIP has been going for. And that puts a little bit more of the onus on NIP for this game number 2 to dig themselves out of this one. Yes, your pick's got to take it away. Go back to the drawing board. Find something that works for you to try to contest Tarzan, who's going to be extremely active, as we know, all game long.
It's not just that. Get a more decisive bot lane. I feel like Photic and Zwol taking the hit onto Ruler and Missing versus JDG in that best of, they look damn good. You see that Misfortune take the fire at the Misfortune, try to 2v2 them, play for bot lane dominance. You cannot only have Rookie win his
That
lane.
was always the question. That's whole split.
Games.
It's like, we know Rookie can perform. Who else can?
Anyone else, guys?
It's kind of the track record of NIP, it feels like, this year. But more so, I guess, this split. In spring, again, they were able to turn it on in playoffs and find that momentum here, trying to take one more step to that Guardian Angel. But it's a doozy, that's for sure. And Weibo, a lot of strengths going their way. Not only was it the proactive combos, but we were seeing Xiaohu actually have a lot of strength in taking pressure in the side lanes. Obviously trying to utilize Breathe in some ways for those backline accesses. His flanking postures were so strong, and this is just a Weibo that felt on form for game number 1.
And I feel like NIP need to turn towards more of a team fighting composition, I would say. I feel like Weibo Gaming did show their tendencies of wanting to fight for every Void Grab spawn, for every Rift Herald, for every Dragon that spawned, even though a lot of them went uncontested because of people getting caught on resets, right? But every single objective that was supposed to be fought over, Weibo Gaming, they were constantly rotating their entire composition to do that. And again, the only reason why I kept mentioning that 93% win rate, which is now going higher with the previous win, is because they know how to close out games when they're ahead. That's why they're playing more aggro in the early game, because the tiniest lead, these guys move like a team and they will roll you over.
And we saw that so many times. I mean, the decisiveness around the choke points, Crisp getting those big engages, the cohesion of the team is something that we always look for. And Weibo definitely showing that off in that game number 1. But we know that there's a lot of veterancy on both sides, and that's where you look maybe not at the old track record of NIP, but some of the recency in the fact that they have been finding strength in that 2v2. They have been finding strength in supporting rookies' priority in mid lane to lead to these objective controls. And that may be the heartbeat underneath all of this that we have to start thinking about, is those early objective controls and trying to move around that. Because one thing we saw from that game number 1 is Weibo were moving so proficiently around the map. They were bringing light around for the big fights around Grubs. They were able to control the tempo of the map, even that Rift Herald play in the downtime of NIP's backs.
Asset holding me accountable to it. NIP on a good day, they're the best macro in the LPL. And I feel like game 1 was not a good day. I feel like they need
it's
to
off
pinpoint.
Tuesday. No, fine. It's not.
It's okay. Game 2, they need to pinpoint what the strengths are in the Weibo Gaming composition when they're going to go up against it in game number 2 and just completely deviate from it. Either play to outplay them and counter it, or play completely away from it. They did it versus JDG. They did it versus LGD. They're very clever. I feel like their coaching stuff, plus the way they players that translate everything into the game, shows how clever they are at playing the map. It's just that the performance has to match the brain.
It does indeed, and you have to look to the picks. You have to look to how they set themselves up. That was not the way, as the Mandalorian would say, in that game number 1 for NIP. See if they can change that around here. But this matchup in particular is going to be super crucial if there is an advantage in that bot lane 2v2 that we know NIP like to take advantage of, in terms of pathing Loyen down there and consistently trying to find those dive angles, things like that. Maybe that's an adaptation to the game plan that could work for them, but that's also where you think Tarzan has been really good at figuring out what the junglers want to do and playing around those.
Absolutely, I think that Tarzan was impeccable at finding the openings where Ivern was not. To try and get ganks in, try to weave in a lot of those advantages, take summoner spells away. I feel like definitely Tarzan was the better jungler on game number 1. In pushing the advantage of the team. And again, you took away all of the comfort picks from NIP. The Cassante was gone, the Zyra was gone, and the Weibo Gaming got 3 of the most comfortable champions around the Rift. It was like, we'll take away your best, we'll pick our best, and we'll fight you in our best game. So going into this draft, I need to see NIP, if not on some comfort, at least on some champions that can really dictate that early game for them.
All right, NIP on the blue side for this game number 2. They're going to ban away the Ashe and the Aurora. Take away those options. Weibo going to be right back to it. This time around, they're going to take away the big wombo combo from NIP that they have always liked to go for, but it is also the Zyra band yet again.
It's looking like a Leona angle to me, because banning the Aurora out, you're leaving a bunch of AD carries open, which could be your B1 for NIP. But again, that Leona, I feel like is going to be so pivotal. You get so much room to play on the Rift. And let's see if Weibo Gaming are actually going to be leaving that one up for grabs. The Lucian been banned here. That Leona needs to get out of the picture. There's also Lilia that has been dictating a lot of the series in general over in the LPL playoffs.
See if they do want to ban away that Leona last, or maybe look at some of these mid lane setups. The Lucian ban, just a classic for Xiaohu. He can play it anywhere. He played it in the top lane when that was a thing, but it's also just something that enables that fast-paced gameplay that Weibo are actually looking to take in NIP this time around. They're going to take away Loyen's classic here of the Nidalee. Say, he's got to be antsy after that first game. It is going to be the Rumble that makes it through, not banned away this time around.
Ooh, the Shanji Rumble coming through again. Another very aggressive pick for that top laner of NIP and Weibo Gaming. I would honestly be very, very surprised if they didn't go for that Leona. I think Crisp again had one of the best Leona performances I've seen the entire year. And it's one of those champions that is pretty much permabanned in a lot of those playoffs games and before even playoffs began in the LPL.
It's it's been really, really interesting to see. Just, I mean, across the world, but obviously just all the engaged supports that we get to see, because that's my LPL, baby. That's what I like to see. I like to see our supports getting active.
Ardent Sensor Meta.
No,
Cool.
yeah, exactly. Get that out of here. We don't even want to talk about it. It's going to be the double Barkspin composition yet again, though, for Weibo. It'll be the Ezreal Tristana combo with Tristana on Xiaohu, more than likely.
Hold on, this is NIP's composition from game number 1. Only the Ivern is missing right here. However, again, a lot of comfort coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming. Most played champion for Light has been this Ezreal. He's had phenomenal performances throughout the split on this champion. And of course, Xiaohu, you give him an AD carry mid lane, he'll take it any day. He's played them over in the top lane as well. It's his bread and butter. So, looking in that Leona, also his most played champion. And we've fallen back to comfort for NIP, and I'm loving this. I feel like this is what they needed.
Though they will be rocking the Jhin, so maybe not that consistent damage from Photic, but still a lot of setup for the rest of the team, and I do like the angle here for it. I also love the angle for Tristana for Xiaohu, not only because he gets that mid lane prio, but the man is a side laning demon, and if you get any of those Rift grubbies, you're going to have a lot of fun taking down those turrets. He's going to have his construction hat on all day long. We'll have to keep an eye on how they go to set up around these marksmen for Weibo as they start off with the Cassante.
See, now there's a little bit of a problem right here. We are looking for potentially an AD carry that does more consistent damage from the side of NIP that will most likely go in the hands of Rookie. However, the Lucian and the Tristana has been taken away. I'm expecting the Corki potentially to be banned out from the side of Weibo Gaming.
I think the
And
Zeri
potentially
too.
the Zeri, and then what do you have in the mid lane? We're gonna have to fall back into things potentially like the Yone
Smolder.
that Rookie has played before, or even something like the likes of a Yasuo Diana that NIP has pulled off, but that was with Aki.
I think, yeah, that could be an option for sure. I see the potential for the Smolder as just a late game insurance policy. As that's something that they've been willing to go for if you are going to get a little bit more of the supportive gameplay from bot side. But we'll
We
see.
don't want late game insurance policies here. We need early game as well.
I don't know if you're taking that against Weibo. We'll see what's the answer here. As Lilia going to be joined by that Rel ban, obviously taking away some of the setup tools on both sides as well. And I think Lilia can just enable both these junglers so strongly. So love to see that presence being banned away already both times into the series itself. It is going to be the Ivern, so even more respect given over to Lien.
Or taking another champion away that they think he feels comfortable on because he showed it over in game number 1. Now I'm looking at Weibo Gaming and I'm looking for some engaged tools. Crisp, an absolutely exceptional Rakan player. Looking into the Ezreal bot lane duo as well. It's very potent. The engage that you can get with the Arcane Shift forward into the Rakan engage could be something that you're looking for Weibo Gaming.
I'll just say though, how do you know you're the focus of the enemy team's game plan? You get 4 bans towards you. As Loyan gets 4 bans levied his way, still goes with the Maokai.
Maokai gonna get locked in for Tarzan right here. Tarzan has been gravitating towards a lot the Maokai and the Sejuani. And especially when you need that hard engage for your team, I feel like Maokai is great at not only setting up but also engaging for your team. And I wouldn't be surprised if Leon just kind of took the
he's
same
got
role
to, right?
right here for NIP, right?
I feel like you have to find. Okay, I know. I like this a lot more. I think when you get targeted like this by Weibo, you have to find a way to still be impactful, because then maybe some of those bans start falling off. You're also facing off against a Tarzan who's on the Maokai a little bit more facilitative, maybe a little bit more laid back in some regards, can still be pretty active, especially in Tarzan's hands. But this gives Lien the potential to actually be in these fights and active.
Obviously, last pick right here for Crisp. You see how much Weibo Gaming also values having that pick as last for the support. Brom and Rel banned away from Crisp, ends up going with the Rakan that we expect him to go for earlier on. And again, Weibo Gaming with a very clear-cut front to back composition. You've got so much set up with the Maokai, with the Rakan in terms of engage plus disengage, pushing down towers with the Tristana and the Ezreal. I will say in that early game, they do seem like they're lacking a little bit of damage, so NIP have more than enough tools to take that early game with the Brand, the Zeri, the Rumble on the top side of the map.
I love some of that focus towards topside as well, but honestly, it would be really interesting if they try to go back towards bot lane. I know we've said that that's something that NIP love to do, obviously, but if you can get a little bit of an advantage for the Jhin, leave him down there or get him impactful into the team fights, but more importantly, try to get Zhuo out onto the map. That's super crucial for NIP.
I feel like you're getting a little bit biased because you love Jhin. But I feel like obviously having the brand and getting priority through that Zeri over in the mid lane is going to be so crucial together with the Rumble at the top side of the map. So playing for Lian in that early game, I'll agree with you. You need to unlock Zhuo on the map, play for Lian, get that brand ahead and dictate the map through there.
Gonna have a much different game than that Ivern in game number 1. We get another version of the tree, but this time it's Tarzan and this time it's Maokai. Very easily executable comp front to back for Weibo, and a series where they can take full steam ahead and go 2-0 up over NIP, who themselves, NIP, have been on a bit of a tear these last best of fives. A bit of a surprise to all of us. Can they turn their fate around here as we head into game number 2? Still a little quiet there, but I like it. We're getting a little bit more interaction. But no, love to see all the crowd and stuff in Suzhou. Really awesome to see a lot of the energy we've been getting from these teams and trying to watch all these runs go down so quickly. I mean, the thing about this gauntlet is it is not easy, not only because it's do or die best of fives, but we get done in just a matter of weeks.
Yeah, very curious right that there was a little sign that said happy birthday as well. I'm not sure if it's like one of the players' birthday, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm loving the ward up on the top side of the map for NIP right here. I'm not sure if like they were expecting maybe even a lane swap coming through from Weibo Gaming, but also just making sure that the Cassandra doesn't wait up in this brush as well. It'd be very funny to see Weibo Gaming pull a lane swap onto the lane swap gods themselves with NIP right here, but it would make a lot of sense, right? You're playing the Rumble on one side versus the Cassante, and the Cassante is much more durable in the 1 versus 2 lanes, needs a lot less resources as well. It's not going to be the case this time around. It's just very standard lanes overall. And we also saw Rookie pumping some damage numbers. Yeah. On that level 1, chasing down towers.
I think Rookie on this area looks like a different beast. The man's been just diabolical on it. And he's going to have to step up here as well because he's going to be the main damage source for a lot, him and Luyen. And we'll see if he can continue keeping that pressure up there. Obviously, having just come off the Tristana-Zeri matchup. Is this the new Corki Lucian? I feel like we've transitioned to the new setup for the mid lane duo. But level 2 was acquired by Weibo first, so they keep the pressure on Photic and Zhuo.
Hey, first off, it was Azir and Corki. Then it was Tristana versus Corki. Then it became Lucian versus Zeri. And now it's a mix and match, I guess.
I mean, like, we had like 17 versus 19 wins on Corki versus Lucian.
You know what teams do? All right, I'll tell you what teams do after this one, because Tarzan's looking mid.
He's just going to throw a little sapling. Get a little bit of damage on the Rookie. Let's have a little bit of sustain.
Very nice.
As well.
So here's how you pick your mid laner, okay? You create a little box, and you put in this box little plastic balls, kind of like the ones from the Kinder Egg, right? And you throw them in, and inside there's like papers with different AD carries. Now you blindfold the mid laner, and you have them sort of like whip around the bowl with all the little balls in there.
Okay.
And then whichever one they take and open, whatever name it says in there, whether it's Tristana, Lucian, Smolder, or whatever, all the AD carries are in there. That's what they pick.
Okay, I like it. All right, conceptually, trying to find why we're getting all these.
And it's also fun.
Oh, that's a really nice little fake shit there. As able to get away and maybe seeding a little bit of pressure on this bot side, as Tarzan gonna take the path to go back towards his jungle and keep farming, maybe get back to his top side and not let them double scuttle. But again, he's hanging around bot side just in case Weibo want to overextend.
A little bit of poke right there. I'd love to see Lian a little bit earlier onto the map right here, like pressure B, go reset, grab your first item, and try to contest towards the top side of the map. You know that Maokai is much, much slower than you. Got the Fated Ashes as well. A lot more damage in the kit for the brand, so you now get to dictate how that early game goes for you. However, Tarzan is aware that the bot lane Scuttle Crab has been taken away. They did spot brand. He's gonna pop a couple of wards into Leanne's jungle before he backs, but this is it, right? This is double Scuttle Crab for Leanne right there, and of course, a first dip potentially into trying to find a pick around the map. He has Jewel with him too.
Yeah, that was the biggest difference between these picks, is now Tarzan is a little bit more on the back foot in terms of how he can dictate around the map. Also, we give a little shout out to Shanji. I believe that was 300 games in the LPL. Just a little bit of a shout out there to a guy who has been making a new name for himself on NIP since coming over from OMG. And he's the last remaining member from the duo of him and Aki coming over. Now Duo and Lien are on this top side to make a play on the Breathe. He does not have an exit strategy, but maybe he has a kill potential back to it, but not enough as he burns down. First blood to NIP and to Lien, more importantly.
Incredibly played. Duo on the reset right there with Leanne. Follows him towards the top side of the map. There's no wards down, no vision for Breathe. Ends up falling to that gank, giving the kill over to Brand as well. It's going to be huge. I feel like Leanne really does need the boost right now after the game number 1. His Zara being taken away. He's also very, very good at all the other AP junglers, the Lilias, the Nidalees, the Karthuses, and now onto the Brand as well. Having that one extra kill makes you a lot more confident in fighting. You saw what Tarzan could do with the Brand over in game number 1. He'd see champion, he'd flash forward into a full combo. So we're expecting to see if Leanne will have sort of the same aggressive mood whenever he sees a champion from Weibo Gaming.
Taking a look at the map, Xiaohu was pushing in heavily on a Rookie as both of them have hit level 6. He's just making sure to keep pressure there because maybe Weibo want to go for an early dragon. As Duo is out by himself trying to get over to Lien, who does have a lot of AoE damage, but not level 6 just yet. Here comes the 3 members of Weibo. They're going to get collapsed on the Rookie. Does have Lightning Crash, but he can't get over to save Duo, and Light goes for the kill. It gets the trade back in the end, so now we're tied up 1-1.
Great stuff from Weibo Gaming, dipping into the jungle, finding Duo right there. Duo a little bit overextended, even though it was his jungle technically. Rookie steps too close to the wall.
A nice flash combo there. Rookie able to get away. Crisp going for all the influence. He's been everywhere this series.
Damn. Okay. Crisp.
That's a hell of a wave.
Rakan. As Breathe is having a little bit of trouble with this Rumble, but you would expect it. That's what the matchup is like. Rumble does get to bully any kind of tank top laner, melee top laner towards that top side of the map. As Leanne will grab the Void, grabs Brand, loves this camp. It's very easy for him to take over as well. So NIP, so far so good. Just a little bit of a hiccup in that jungle, as we'll see over here again. I'm not sure what's happening here with Duo. I think he's dipping in to see, hey, what's going on, but there's already way too far deep woods from Weibo Gaming, way too many members, and you'll see that everyone else, bot lane AD carry, mid lane AD carry, were just way too late to that play.
I think if Duo knew that Crisp was on the top side of the play, he just immediately goes back down towards Light, but maybe fearing a follow-up on that side of the play, trying to go the long way around, ends up dooming him in the end. Now we actually get repositioning on the map because Dragon is still up and available, but neither team putting a lot of priority around that. We're getting a lot of presence with both junglers hitting level 6 towards this top side.
Curious, actually, Voltic's Cleanse was also burned away, Bo. They're like, listen, Tarzan is no longer a Brand. He doesn't get to make solo plays. But who needs solo plays if you've got Chris behind you this entire time? And we have been praising the entire season this jungle support duo for Weibo Gaming. How much of a difference it has made to see Chris link up with the
Tarzan
jungle.
stuck
He's
around.
taking the fight to Liam.
Yeah, Crisp is stuck around as well. He stopped his back. Here's the combo. Trying to flash out, still gets hit by the roots. And here comes the combo grand entrance on top. But big equalizer as now the damage is back from NIP. Lien, it is get autoed. Oh my god, he's still alive! What? Breathe has flash. He might be looking for the kill. Now Xiaohu versus Rookie. It is getting hot in here, and Rookie finds the solo.
Weibo Gaming, and
ain't
there's more
stopping.
toys around Tarzan.
Is Shanji really about to just clean house here? The harpoon sinks into the tree, and the tree is now dead. Now Breathe in a lot of trouble. Duo is here to lock him down. Duo trying to get him, but he doesn't have the damage. Shanji was trying to predict the way on the other side, but didn't have it. And Breathe makes it out alive. I don't think Shanji wants to let him live here. And Duo gonna go around the other side, try to get the CC combo. Is there another harpoon ready to go? Breathe. He'll just die to the turret instead.
He was using his fancy feet to try and dodge the E from Leona as well, to not give another kill potentially or assist over to Shanji. But what a disastrous invade from Weibo Gaming. You're playing against a Brand. Rakan does does not have... He's very slippery. He's got engage, disengage, heals, shields, whatever you want. But he has no damage at this point. And Leon gets his level 6. He's got double buffs available to him, even though he flashes into the root. That stun that he managed to get onto Crisp, together with that damage coming through from Sanji all the way through the top side of the map. I mean, Mercs who?
It was bold play by Weibo. I mean, I think sticking around in any case in that regard is going to be tough. But then they stayed even longer trying to find plays here. And I cannot believe that after all of that, Luyen is the one that makes it out alive. And that equalizer was massive from Shanji. See why the Rumble was maybe picked away, or taken away, rather, in that first game. But now we have to look back on that. No Dragon, still almost 10 minutes in, but we will have another spawn of the Grubs in sub a minute. Weibo trying to defend against this mid lane gank, but Tarzan's in trouble now. Oh, it's a lightning crash, actually. Try to follow up a little bit of damage. Power Plasm used out too. Oh my god, Tarzan's just dead. Oh. That is why you do not pick these reactive junglers against somebody who can be active, like Leanne on the brand.
And I feel like we've seen both sides of the coin, right? We've seen Tarzan on the brand and Leanne on the back foot with the Ivan. And now Tarzan opted into this composition by picking the Maokai into the brand and getting absolutely bullied. And don't get me wrong, I feel like Weibo have been a lot more active in trying to shut down the brand. However, it hasn't quite been the case. And I feel like the whole difference in the previous replay that we saw with the fight was just Mercs. If Crisp had Mercs on him, this would have been a completely different fight. The stun lasted for way too long, couldn't capitalize onto the kill, and everyone ends up going down for Weibo Gaming. However, this is a fantastic style from NIP.
Oh, yeah.
We wanted them to play aggro in the early game, and that's exactly what they've been doing.
They are. They're going to get all 6 Grubs as well, deny some of that siege potential away from Weibo. Weibo will take up pity prizes, though, on the bot side with a little dragon of their own. Get that stacking for themselves, but NIP, they do not want to let off this tempo. They're going to keep moving, and now they are turning their ire onto Breathe in topside with Rookie, Luyen, and Shanji all coming to bear. Breathe, you got the outplay. He has all out. He has flash. He has a lot of exit tools. He also can take the wave down here. He's already about half health, though, and he's in a lot of trouble. Hasn't been able to use anything. And he walks right back into the Ultra Shock Laser, giving the kill over to Rookie.
I mean, they still had tools, right? You see Rookie's ultimate coming up, Leon's ultimate coming up. He tried so hard to no burn his flash right there. Breathe ends up going down 2-0-2 right now for Shanji, 1.4k. Again, B1s have to give value in a team as Griff takes a huge chunk of his HP for just walking up to a Leona. What is going on? Weibo Gaming are looking a little bit desperate to start trying to make plays onto the map. But again, a B1 for both of these teams has looked so strong for them. Shanji with an incredible lead towards the top side of the map, absolutely set for success.
I'm just still so questioning the facilitative jungle picks in this matchup that is so heavily reliant on our active junglers. I mean, we've already seen 2 times in a row it's led to detrimental leads. See if NIP and Weibo maybe think better of that in the next series, or the next couple of games in the series, rather. And we do have first items coming up across the board, though. First of all, the Andres had already been completed by Lien. You also had the Blade of the Rune King and the Static Shiv for Rookie and Photic, respectively. On the other side, we're still lagging a little bit behind by Weibo, but they do have the Trinity Force and that Locket for Light and Tarzan.
There's so much Mar just purchased all together. You've got Chris with the bags, you've got Solari, you've got more Mar towards Breathe. Breathe has opened the tab with the MR items. He's bought whatever he could afford at this point, as well as boots.
The flash sale.
Brand plus Rumble, yeah, because Brand plus Rumble right now hurt a lot. Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris.
Yeah, just trying to pop the quickness, trying to get out, but cannot. Schwo picks up the kill. He's getting revenge for giving Crisp over the Rel in game number 1 and letting him get an MVP on it.
That's a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's massive.
In 13 minutes from NIP. That is a decisive early game. And again, this is the difference that you see with different drafts. There was no agency for NIP in game number 1 to make plays. They were too slow in the jungle. There were no winning any lanes. They only had Rookie ahead. Look what happens now when every single lane has agency. Shanji ahead. You've got Leon on an aggro jungler. Rookie is doing Rookie things, but most importantly, you've got Zwo unlocked on the map to try and help the other lanes get more ahead. And right now, NIP are firmly in the driver's seat.
It's literally just like they switched positions from game 1 to game 2, which gives me a little bit of hope for this going all 5 games if we're going to keep going like this. I'll see the trades go back and forth now, though, as the Rift Herald is going to be coming up. NIP keeping a lot of presence and a lot of pressure in this mid and top lane. They're going to go for more objectives here. And so far, they haven't gotten 100% control, but they have gotten 100% control on this top side of the map with those neutrals.
And it was the case for Weibo Gaming. In game number 1, they were willing to fight every single objective so with the top side of the map. However, I don't think Weibo fans is here walking into this brand with very minimal aggressive items on their carry. Sure, you got the Trinity Force completed onto Light, but Xiaohu has really fallen behind right here. 1.5k onto Rookie. Doesn't even have his first item available to him. Hasn't finished his call either. I feel like you need to just dump Xiaohu on a side lane and just let him cook there. Get solo XP, just ward for him, exactly what Weibo Gaming is doing right now. Put the wards down, let Xiaohu take towers, pressure waves on his own. However, it just becomes a little bit dangerous, right? Shanji's fed, Rookie's fed.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can win the 1 versus 1 with no items right now.
At least they're getting something on the map at this big deficit early on. They'll get the side lane turret. That's huge. They do lose that tier 2, though, in top side, and that's a lot of extra gold going their way. Everybody's going to go ahead and get resets off for NIP, come back out on the map, keep presence up to try to get this dragon going potentially as they're all resetting down towards bot side. And another big unlock here as we've gotten another power up. Lien having the rallies. His team fight potential has just got skyrocketed.
Two levels up on Tarzan. 2 items completed already. The slow is going to be absolutely ruthless. I don't know if Weibo Gaming want to be fighting this anytime soon. I feel like Weibo Gaming, if anything, you need to focus on trying to get possibly a side lane pick, you know, pick on Sanji or potentially Rookie. They have extra golden bounty onto their heads. It's going to be so difficult just walking into this composition from NIP. The Brand Pope plus the Leona in Fog of War. It just becomes so scary to face check.
You can see Weibo are respecting that in all regards. There was the zoom in from our observers on the wards for the potential TP play by Weibo, but they're not going to go for it. And they're going to get charged on in the bot side yet again, another tier 2. But Lien might have overextended here a little bit because, yeah, you have the all-out ready to go under turret. That's going to be the flashback out, though, and they're so far behind that it didn't matter. TP came in from Shanji, and they're just looking to push this tier 2 yet again. They'll take another one as Xiaohu is trying to trade for an outer tower in that top side.
But every single time Xiaohu trades a tower on one side, NIP take 2. So the entirety of the outer towers and the bot side of the map for Weibo Gaming has fallen. And even though from Breathe that was a pretty good exchange right there, if Leon does not hit Breathe and doesn't take any damage off of the tower, you have very minimal chance of killing him. However, he's not like Flash.
Missing a little bit of those combos from Dwell, but it doesn't matter as Photic's going to open up and have to immediately close down the curtain. As NIP still utilizing this lead they have to stop off Weibo. He's on a flank. He's not spotted out. Now he is, as they're going to try to collapse onto him as well. NIP a little bit in this choke point, a little bit split off. And Weibo, they say now's the time to go. Here's the combo. Is this going to be it? Rookie trying to get some damage in here too. NIP, they have just trounced them yet again as Rookie will finish him off with the help of the deadly flourish there by Photic. And that's going to be even more going NIP's way as a quadra kill comes through for Rookie.
And he's not interested in the pentakill at all. He's interested in winning this game and taking us to game number 3. Pushing that mid lane tier 1. Adding insult to injury right here. Weibo Gaming a pretty fair try. We saw Breathe take that flash away from Leon down that bot lane play. And Tarzan tried to instantly flash engage onto Leon. They see him push forward. This is the perfect time to get onto Leon. There's no flash available instantly in with the combo from Ezreal plus the Rakan. But Rookie's just untouched.
We literally saw this against JDG. Like, this man is built different on the Zeri. He got a quadra kill against them. He's getting a quadra kill against Weibo. This guy is on fire, and that's why we put so much focus on him for NIP's success.
How's 2.5 thousand gold in the lead individually for Rookie. Absolutely popping off. Level 12, 2 levels difference between the jungle, the 2 junglers as well for NIP. And this is a much better phase for NIP, a much easier draft to execute, a lot more early game shenanigans to be had, and absolutely working out for NIP. Now, I want to say looking forward into that game number 3 coming up. Weibo Gaming have a lot of soul searching to do in terms of what they want to do in the jungle, because I felt like a lot of the AP jungle bans fell from the side of Weibo Gaming, trying to take them away from Lian, but they forgot that their jungler can do the exact same thing. Take the fire back onto Lian. He did it literally in game number 1, so the only available jungler being Brand in terms of AP junglers that can play in your face was a little bit problematic in terms of what Weibo wanted to do. And once you fall behind, it's very evident, as we can see in all those team fights, that it's very difficult to come back.
Now Weibo actually looking for a play over onto the split members of Rookie and
Shackle.
Photic. They do get the buster shot back. Crisp is coming with the quickness, goes for the grand entrance, does get it. True shot barrage onto 2. Here's the reset though. Rookie trying to fight back. Xiaohu! He's going for the kill to Rookie! Is the explosive charge going to be enough? He's going to heal right back through it. Now Crisp is in some trouble as Shanji just takes him down, stabbing him in the heart with the drill. Here comes Light's saving grace of death as a double kill goes to Shanji, and NIP have run this map.
Weibo Gaming tried to make any pick work on the map. They'll take down Photic, but everyone else is there to back it up, and Weibo Gaming keep bleeding. Surely you don't engage on him. Sure, this is not possible. No, it is not. It's 3 levels up on Rookie. There is no way. As a tank Maokai, you engage onto that Tarzan looks, but he ain't going to touch.
I think Zeri Pryo has risen in this series as a whole. I wouldn't be shocked to see her either fully picked for the rest of the series or maybe even banned at some point. You just see some of the setup that they can turn back onto Weibo because they are so far behind.
Oof, the roots right there just barely didn't catch onto Rookie and Photic, and I feel like Crisp tried so hard to chase that one. They could have potentially had a pick if those Maokai roots actually landed right there, because they would have been pinned into place, which means Crisp would have connected much earlier, but these are all the coulda, woulda, shouldas that would have happened if a lot of things hit. That wasn't the case, and NIP still with about almost the 10,000 gold, like 9,000 gold in the league right now.
And I love to see Rookie popping off. I mean, this guy literally brought the first championship over to China in terms of world championships. He also spent 8 years on IG, and it's really nice to find success in some moments for Rookie on NIP. And now they have continuously found success as he's completely collapsed up and has the rest of the team backing up. He's literally taking a 1v3 right now. Gonna flash away for Breathe. Everybody's trying to come save him here. Can he go through with this one? He's gonna get one back. He's still alive. He finally goes down. Agent Rookie is gone, but the rest of the team is here to support him. A big deadly flourish. Isn't gonna be enough. Light going forward. Light realizes his life is forfeit, as that's gonna be a couple kills to Photic, a couple more to NIP, and they don't actually go for any of the pushes in the lanes. They want to go for the Baron.
That's crazy. They threw everything at Rookie. Breathe also had the flank angle in case Rookie jumped over the wall to just get him back out with the ultimate, and Rookie just gained so much time for his team. Look at this. Breathe in the bush, waiting for Rookie to jump over the wall. It's not going to be the case. And once he spots Breathe, just flashes over, which means Breathe cannot connect, has to flash over the wall himself. He just wins so much time for Weibo Gaming to close in, for NIP to close in and save Private Rookie operation successful. Well, ish. He still died.
Vengeance successful. There you go.
Vengeance, yeah.
Maybe call them the Avengers at this point. I don't know who's who though on that setup.
They did assemble.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We do have a little bit of reset on the map state from both these teams though. It's going to cool off a little bit, and we have the Dragon up and available. NIP do have the Baron up for another 2.5 minutes, though, so I really want to see them utilize that in a lot of their lanes. They are going to be able to have their cake and eat it too, though, as they take another Dragon for themselves.
A little bit late with the Dragons. They have been stacked from super early into the game. That is the second one for NIP. 23 minutes in, so if we're talking Seoul, we're looking at 33 minutes at least into the game for NIP.
I don't think it's going that long.
However,
It's
yeah, I
12,000
don't think it's
up.
going that long. Oh, Shahu is looking.
Shaji has that smoke, though, and I don't think Xiaohu wanted it.
Oh, boy. Oh, my
he's
God.
burning still. It's not going to be enough. He's good. He's good. The T-bone the bush, though, as Shanji has pulled 2 members of Weibo over to this top side now, and they are just leaving their base open.
Is this going to TP in?
All right, well, we're finally getting the backs off. Here's the Nature's Grasp to try to delay NIP pushing in. Fourth shot going to ring into that turret, though. Crisp looking for a bit of a flank angle. NIP, they might have overextended, but they're going to get the TP in from Shanji. They need one fell push to win this game and push us to an even scoreline as the minions come down. The Baron up is another minute and 20 seconds here, so they have all the potential they need. They're going to pull back, though. They're a bit split. Rookie goes in with the ulti. Now they're getting the combo right back, though. It's Chris going down first, and Shanji giving his best Kashanji effort, but it's not enough. In the face of NIP, they stand tall, and they answer the call as game 2 will go the way of the Ninjas. They had us scared in game number 1, but they are able to try to take down this turret all by their lonesomes and get this Nexus down. Weibo have been taken down.
Exceptional early game performance from NIP. This is what happens when you give their players just a little bit more agency in the early game. Better matchups over the top lane overall. I feel like we have seen what Shanji can do. We saw it earlier on in the season with the likes of the Twisted Fate when he was getting ahead. His Cassante, and now, of course, bringing in the Rumble, which has been banned up until now, only 2 games, of course. But yeah, you see how this B1 has really defined the series overall, and I'm so glad to see that NIP just breathed the life into them.
It's all about proactivity in the jungle, apparently, and I expect both teams to go fisticuff in game number 3. Let's see what happens, though, after a short little break. We'll see you there.
will stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and still the flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, redeem this world.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer 2024. We're neck deep in the race for the Silver Dragon Cup. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. And we have a series now as we go into game number 3. Tied up. NIP showed up big. Rookie first and foremost. But the fact that we've seen the transition from Loyen off of facilitation junglers onto hard-hitting carry junglers.
Oh man, and look at this, other people doing damage on NIP other than Rookie. We absolutely love it. We love it. Leon, as you mentioned, with the brand. Shanji also getting his B1 on the Rumble and getting set up for success from Leon and a very early great roam from Zuo. That was NIP breathing some life into the early game.
And I'm not going to lie, maybe some of that early advantage hinged on that early play that poor Tarzan ended up taking into Leon. But taking that advantage and rolling with it is the most important thing.
Tarzan, he chose to.
He did. Poor? But that's what I'm saying. Like, it was the difference maker that I felt like led to a lot of NIP successes. I'll just say right now, and maybe a little bit, maybe a little biased, I guess. I do not want to see these junglers on the Iverns, on the Maokais. I want to see the Nidalees. I want to see the Brands, even the Zyra if it actually makes it through. But I want to see some more carry potential from both of them at the same time.
Now, here's what really confused me. Weibo Gaming on the red side, they banned the Nidalee and they banned the Lilia, which means that
there are 4 bans towards Lilia.
Away, I felt like, this is why I said to you, I felt like Weibo Gaming were going for the brand on the R4 because there were no replies to that. Nidalee was banned, Lilia was banned. There's no other AP jungler you can fall into unless you want to go for a Karthus, which we haven't seen in a very, very long time. So I felt like Tarzan choosing the Maokai over the brand right there was a little bit weird for me. There is a pretty good conversation to pick up about those junglers because I feel like for both of these teams, they have been their saviors coming into summer.
They truly have been. I mean, Loyen coming in to replace Aki and finding so much more stability on the team, finding so much more direction, it felt like, that ended up in advantages. A lot of that had been towards focusing bot lane, but it always ends up being the priority that Rookie gains that helps enable Loyen. Where on the other side, Tarzan has come into this Weibo roster and trying to make a big difference. Him and Breathe were supposed to be the saving graces for this team that was lacking some of that consistency. And we see that if they aren't on these hard-hitting, kind of tempo-pushing moments, it's a little bit more difficult. As Rookie earns the MVP on the Zeri, and his Zeri has been on another level.
It's so funny because we're like, hey, other people played so well
it's
this time
always
around
him.
NIP, and Rookie still gets the MVP because he deserves it. It's not a question of whether he's worthy of his MVPs. It's a question of him not having to hurt his back, man. Him not having to necessarily 1v9 to get that big W. And right here, he did play so freaking well, but also NIP performed around him. That was just a small highlight. That was the invade that you mentioned as well by Tarzan and by Chris, but went pretty south and ended up in a pretty huge lead from NIP, which then caused all the shenanigans that you're seeing on your screens, which is pretty much NIP just slapping Weibo Gaming with their wallets.
And we've seen this kind of play from Rookie time and time again on the Zeri, as this is his 6th time in these best of 5s that he's gone for the pick. And he just goes untouched and is able to put down so much damage. Love to see NIP utilizing their strengths. Again, this is a team that the expectations coming into this playoff run were not high. They had won a single series. Yes, they'd won games. They hadn't won a single series in the Rumble stage. They now are looking at going on a 4 best of 5 win streak if they can take down Weibo. And they need to use some of that momentum now to crest into game number 3.
Now, here's what's really scary for me. I'm looking at both teams and watching them go forward because everyone's like on the hype train. Rookie to Worlds, yeah, he's making it again. And then Tarzan jumping into the fray as well. They're like, oh, we want Tarzan back to Worlds as well. We can't miss one or the other team, right? And that's very fair, valid reasons. Both incredible players. You got Zahu with so much history behind him. Like, there's so many players that have history behind them in the LPL. That doesn't change anything, but it's more about the consistent inconsistency on both of these teams that I wish I could see one or the other team actually pull a little bit far forward, because so far it's been very 50-50-esque. Weibo Gaming get ahead, they win. NIP Gaming get ahead, they win. I just want to see some fight back.
Something's got to give as we go into game number 3. Weibo back on the blue side. We got NIP on the red side. We got the Renekton, Ashe, Lucian banned by NIP. It was the Leona, Rumble, Zyra pinned by Weibo. Going back to the classics. This time around, though, maybe looking to go for that early wombo combo setup and get this misfortune.
Here's the difference here. Lilia was the last ban in game number 1 from NIP, and now this has turned around and become a Renekton. And this might be the difference here, right? When the Lilia or the brand comes through for potentially Tarzan, you have got a reply for yourself if you are Weibo Game and you want to play the double horsey on your team as well. He's going to lock in his Rel. Very good engage, very good disengage. You've got the Ezreal as well. So far, so good.
One of his best champions for sure, and maybe trying to lean into the solo lanes a little bit more for NIP in the second phase, or at least to round out the first phase as well. I'm looking for the wombo combo setup right now for Weibo. They need all the Venn diagrams, they need all the CC chains, and they're going to get the Alistar to get that rolling.
Alistar, pretty good matchup into Rel into Alistar. Usually you see one picked into another, and of course it sets up pretty well, as you mentioned, for that misfortune. Now, do you want to prioritize Tarzan right here? Do you want to pick either the brand or the Lilia? The brand has been series defining so far. Every jungler has gotten their hands on the champion has won, but so has the Zeri, I guess. So it's either one or the other. It's going to be the electric rat in the mid lane.
Rat?
Well,
a little biased? You don't like Zeri?
Yeah. Hey, I like rats.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
It's a good thing. It's
I guess a pet rat.
It's an electric rat.
I guess a pet rat, not like a street rat. Okay. Yeah, good distinction. Anyways, they do also have the wombo combo, but the sustained damage setup. This is what Weibo have been fearing all series long, though, as Lian will go ahead and grab his Nidalee, and we're already into the jungle bans for the second phase.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? Because the second ban right here could be Brand. So what does Weibo Gaming have in their pool? It's not going to be the case. So you are leaving open Brand again for Tarzan if he wants to take that one over right here. And you are playing into a Nidalee Ezreal composition. I was about to say Jace because I thought of Poke instantly, but it's an Ezreal Nidalee composition. So a lot of Poke coming in from NIP's way. And Weibo Gaming are going to need to find really good fast engages to capitalize before they get poked on.
Weibo definitely did their research. I mean, they just had to watch NIP's multi-best of 5 run to this point. Shanji's Nasus has been reigning as a bit of a niche pick for NIP. So love to see a little bit of that going their way, but we have to see what NIP are going to be utilizing for their counter pick here, as they need to get... Oh, okay. They're just going to go with that consistent damage. They're going to go back to a classic right now as the Smolder comes through.
Shanji was laughing.
Is that a
top lane Smolder? Every time he gets a cheeky pick, he tends to laugh on the camera.
We'll see. We'll have to wait. They do have a lot of flexibility with that Smolder pick. We have seen Rookie go for it as well. But we'll take an eye on what the actual answer from Weibo is going to be. It's going to be more Venn diagrams. It's going to be more wombo combo, as the cannon will be let through and picked up by Bree.
Okay, Mazel, are you ready? I think a Kasanji with exhaust teleport is coming through from the top layer of NIP. I think it makes absolute sense. You need some sort of a beefy frontline, and what other champion other than the champion he's made his name on. And it's very fitting as well, because you can very easily bypass the flash and go towards that exhaust, which negates a lot of that damage onto the cannon. It is, of course, going to be the big Kasanji.
Though I will say, if you're looking at, if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, if you're looking at Exodia, I think Weibo might have gotten it. They have all the tools. They've got the legs, the arms, everything.
Wait, double electric rat.
Exactly. They've got all the wombo combo you could ever dream of, but also they have Tarzan on Sejuani, which we had already mentioned is one of his premier picks, and he will be setting the tone and the tempo of the game.
Now, here's the thing. We said how NIP have got a very heavy poke composition with the Ezreal, with the Nidalee, the Smolder as well later on. So Weibo Gaming needed to compose something that can very easily capitalize before you get poked. This is an ultimate all-in wombo combo that Weibo Gaming have drafted themselves here.
Somebody's got to take the step up here in this best of. Somebody's got to take us to match point. We've not seen Weibo yet in these best of 5s. Game number 1 had us all dreaming of what could possibly be. Then game number 2 brought us back down to earth. I think NIP have learned that they need to go with these proactive compositions. They need to have Loyan in a stable position to where he can get resources on the map and delve those out in a proficient way.
You see, on the other side, Weibo Gaming, Tarzan, on one of his best performing picks off the split. That's Sejuani, highest win rate, above 5 games for sure. Ready to facilitate fly-through screens, find those first targets, pin them down, and get Weibo another W.
You can't give the game up in the early game this time around. We'll see what happens as we go over into the red sky there of game number 3. Crowd synced up and ready to go here for game 3, all awakened now that we have an even series on our hands. Chris, you got a lot of people chasing you here. He is going to immediately burn the Ignite off of Juo. But as we get to it, Chris will be a little bit worse for wear going to lane, not going to have that Ignite.
That's perfect. You're going into a heavily aggressive lane like the Misfortune Alistar. You managed to burn one of those combat summoners away. That is an early game win for NIP. Now, specifically for this NIP composition, all eyes on Leon. He chose that B3 Nidalee right here. We saw Kanavi do the same thing versus NIP, and it did not work out to his favor. Now, let's see if Leon can actually put the pressure down in this early game to actually not end up being what they call a jungle Soraka.
Leyen is a bit of the Nidalee GOAT himself, honestly. I know he's been a little bit sporadic. He's been on a ton of different teams, but the man's most played champion at all these games and has a plus 60% win rate. He has like 56 plus games on his champion. So if anybody's got the pass, I think it's Leyen, even though maybe not the most consistent name that we know in the LPL.
And slow and steady game so far. And I get what you mean, man. You know, Leon onto his Nidalee, perfect. But again, I just have to bring up Kanavi because he played versus him, right? And he's another golden Nidalee over in the LPL. And it just didn't work out. Very nice, aggressive trade right here. And NIP's bot lane are taking full control because they know that that Ignite is going to be down for another half a cooldown. So they can definitely play more aggressive.
Oh no, you used that Pulverize. That's trouble. As now the flash going to end up being used by Crisp there. That's a bit unfortunate. Now NIP's bot lane will have the advantage, and both junglers are down here. Where have we seen this before, Trouble?
We have seen it on Leon, on Zyra, this time around, another AP jungle looking for that ball.
Oh, he missed the dodge, the pounce over the wall though. Oh, he's in so much trouble. Missed that pounce and you die for it. He even burns the flash. That is worse and worse as Light picks up first blood for Weibo.
Oh, I'm getting deja vu from the JDG and IP series. Remember the Kanavi Nidalee that we were talking about? That didn't go very well because he died very early on and then he could never stabilize. Oh boy, this is looking very, very similar. Tarzan with another incredible read. I feel like Leon has been playing for that bot lane way too often, and the fact that Chris was able to actually get away with his flash down that bot lane.
Oh, we're gonna get the zoom in.
Actually put NIP in a pickle right there. Photic doesn't have position, doesn't have an HP bar. Oh boy.
I knew it was coming.
Fails a W over the wall as well. Shahu has already closed in from mid lane, explained this very easy to travel through the wall. A little bit of a disaster right there from NIP.
A bit unfortunate. Not the way you want to go down on the pick I was just lauding him for. But now we have to think about what that means for Weibo. They exactly have the comp that has worked for them time and time again. They have so much setup now, especially around bot lane. They could try to start stacking these dragons a little bit earlier. We saw that was not the priority at all, pretty much in both the first 2 games. And Tarzan's going to try to strike early on top side now.
Yeah, Shanji doesn't have much mana left, but he does have exhaust, and that's very important. I feel like early on as a Juani plus Kennen with an exhaust in the mix is just not quite enough damage to take down a Cassandra. So they have to be very careful. They're playing towards the side that they have priority on. He knows that Tarzan will have the backup of the Kennen should they need to play towards that top side of the map. They are going to look for it, though. Let's see if they have the damage to do that. There's no flash onto Sanji.
Tarzan taking advantage of some of the pathing here.
Oh, that wave.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Shanji, he's going to try so dead, though, and Tarzan picks him up easy.
See, I remember Whippo back in the day. No, I'm saying back in the day. I meant back when he was in the EU.
So back in the day, Dave.
Oh, back in the days, you know. He was saying a lot, and he was explaining the concept, because back then he was one of those top laners that would die to ganks like this when it
I
was
don't
quite
think you win
obvious.
this,
Leanne was
Lian.
fun,
I
Tarzan.
do not think you win this, bro.
Wait, what?
Xiaohu's over here. Lian might have just tossed anything he had of any hope of getting back in this game.
What?
As Xiaohu claims that kitty.
No, but what is going on? This is seriously giving me Kanavi deja vu. Leon beat Kanavi on this pick. He saw him do the exact same things and just shut him down.
Dude,
and then he's
and
repeating
you're
the
in
same
their-
mistakes.
Bot lane, at least, they're in their heads. They just got another pulverize out of Chris there and go the double thumbs up. Oh my goodness.
All right, perfect. Now, back to the Sanji point. As he died to this gank over in the top lane, of course he doesn't have flash, so he's very easy to capitalize upon. But before that, let's see what led to Leanne
Oh, he's on vision.
entering the jungle. They know that mid lane is resetting. That's fair.
He knew he was here.
But mid lane has TP, and Ken is there in the top lane. He knew that his top laner is dead. Mid laner from Weibo Gaming is gonna TP back into the play.
The ward doomed
I
him.
don't think you kill Setsuwani 1v1 anyway.
I don't think so either, but it makes it worse that they knew your plan the entire time, and now they know your plan
Oh, no,
again!
no,
He's getting skinned like a cat here, and my goodness, Tarzan just taking full advantage of it every single time. That's going to be the dragon started up by Weibo.
I know that he's playing a cat, but I think he's going back to the doghouse in the next game. Back to Setsuwani, Maokai, some of that sword, or maybe even his brand, because that Nidalee, oh my god, 6 minutes in, 0-3 on a pick that needs to dictate the pace of the game in the early game. We said you can't fall behind, because then you become a worse jungle Soraka. You're literally there for heals and attacks with buffs, and that's about it.
Yeah.
That's all you're doing. And NIP's composition has been built around the poke that you've got between the Nidalee and the Ezreal. You've got the Smolder later on as well. And that Nidalee needs to carry your early game so that the Smolder can come online later on. If you do not have an early game play right here, NIP will fall flat really quickly. Already 2,000 gold down.
Yeah, and we highlighted it from the draft. Oh, there's the flash play. Tried to catch out Light there, but Light is already gone. Crisp will fall, though, to Photic, and NIP on the board.
They need something. They need a lane to get ahead. Photic and Zwo coming online right here, getting that early kill onto the Ezreal, the early Shin, anything that will do a lot more damage in that early game to try and push the advantage. Oh,
They
he
knew,
was seen. He
yeah.
was spotted. He was slightly spotted right there on vision from Crisp walking up. Leanne, a very, very unfortunate early game so far. And that means that Tarzan, as the slower facilitating tank here, gets to have a pretty free game into items. Like,
Yeah.
this is a perfect case scenario for
rookie.
Setsuwani.
He's got Dwell right behind him, though, as the charge of the horse does bring some at least safety for the little dragon. But yeah, and when you see moments like this, when you see some of the things that Tarzan has been able to do on Weibo, it just makes me scratch my head that much more why this guy wasn't playing in spring. And you see some of the things that he brings. I mean, he's my OG jungle king at this point, because I think the title being given over from Ning for me is the fact that he has found maybe not the championship, but the strength every time from the jungle. He thinks about the jungle very actively.
Now, here's my thing about Tarzan. Even though he's an incredible player, he finds the angles. Man, it hurts. This guy has always been the bridesmaid. Over in the LCK, always second. In the LPL mixed finals, always second. Like, he's got multi-worlds appearances. He cannot win a split to save his life. Right here, he's surrounded by absolute legends. So much experience. Multi-MSI champion in the likes of Shaku, world champion in the likes of Crisp, world's appearances from Light and Breed. You've got Worlds 2023 finalists. Like, this is the roster if you look at it. And the only thing that really hurts here, Mazel, is that it still looks kind of inconsistent. That game 2 fell flat. And if you're looking at this roster, if you look at the strength on paper, they need to be steamrolling right now.
just need to put Tarzan on active champs. As we see what that's done already in this early game. But that
he's not even being active right now. The action goes to him.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, you take the gifts you get, I guess. As Dragon does go over to Weibo, they're going to collapse over this bot side. It is under full vision, but Xiaohu coming over makes this very dicey. Oh, he didn't actually make it over the wall, but still dashes anyways. And, well, trying to dodge out now just dooms his life for it. And will end up falling. I don't think he was going to make it out either way, though. Missing a couple of Qs there from Xiaohu, but he still ends up getting the kill.
And look at that incredible rotation on the other side of the map. Breathe had already left that top side of the map. There was no counterplay open for NIP. It was a dive bottom from Weibo Gaming, a rotation from Breathe into that mid lane, staying safe on that mid lane tower. You cannot dive with Rookie onto this small deck. He's not strong enough. Leon is not strong enough. So excellent play right there from Weibo Gaming to make sure there is nothing on the other side of the map for NIP.
And wouldn't you know it, another game where Zeri's getting ahead and going to find a lot of impact. Oh, Tarzan doesn't have his cheeky nose. As I think Xiaohu's going to have a lot of influence early on. Tarzan doesn't have anything to go farm anymore, as he's going to have to get right back onto the map. And this steady lead that they have is still out in front for them. There's not going to be anything to fight for except for about a minute for the Grubs. No Grub again on the line, but a potential spawn of the Mites for Weibo or NIP.
See, this is much more scary. That is a jobless Sejuani on the Rift, and a jobless Sejuani on the Rift is a ganking Sejuani on the Rift. They're looking towards the top side of the map. Rookie has already lost half of his HP, and now Weibo Gaming deep inside Leanne's jungle. They're just setting down some vision, looking for anyone to actually walk forward. As oh, Xiaohu knows.
He knows something's there, but he didn't hit anything. He didn't hit anything there, so he's like, okay, there's nobody there, maybe. And
look, Leanne!
Oh, it's so scary.
Leanne is coming.
It's like a shark. Oh, don't. He's got the dash out, though, so I don't even know if it's that scary. This is scary, though, for Rookie, as he gets hit by the Glacial Prison. Beautiful disengage from Dwo, and now Rookie's still alive. He's trying to get as many stacks as possible, but he will just end up falling to the combo. And Breathe gets him. True Shot Barrage rings out, and now Dwo all by himself, surrounded by the Way Bros, as Crisp tanks up the turret. A double kill goes to Breathe.
4 members up the top lane. Guess what? Xiaohu left bot lane again. He went over to mid lane. This is incredible map pressure from Weibo Gaming. They are not leaving any play open from NIP, and then they're TPing back into their towers after the play is over to pressure off Shanji. Great macro from Weibo Gaming. I said, keep me accountable to this, okay? If NIP is on a good day, they are the best macro in the LPL, and right now, this doesn't look like a good NIP day.
They do end up getting the 3 Grubs, so there won't actually... Yeah, they did get the Mites. Let's go. So they got actually the spot in the end, and NIP taking advantage of some of those resets coming out from Weibo after those last fights. Now, Weibo, I will say, they look a little angry as they're looking for engages as much as possible, but that's where we return to the conversation for this team. But it really is about the team fight damage. It's really about getting those concentric damage circles going down for Weibo.
And who would want a group from NIP? Why would you ever want a group into that team fight that you just mentioned from Weibo Gaming? But right now, Weibo Gaming are using the extra gold that they have over in their top lane and mid laner to try and take advantage of other towers. The more towers, the more deprivation in terms of vision NIP will have, the more picks you're allowed to have. You've got Chris roaming the map the whole time. You've got Tarzan that can engage from 2 screens away. This is going to get scary territory for NIP as towers start falling.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be all 5 plates in top side, as well as that first turret up there. So massive amounts of gold going to Xiaohu. Now we're getting a 1v1 in bot side, though. Breathe. Pop the slicing Maelstrom, gets exhausted immediately by Shanji. He's still trying to carve away at him, but a little lightning rat is pretty strong. Gonna dash right back in. Breathe might have overextended. Gonna fight back into Shanji. Dwo and Crisp have arrived to maybe stop the fighting. Say, chill, guys. We don't need to give any kills over here because we got about 50 seconds for a dragon. And Rift Herald is also on the other side of the map.
The mirroring is crazy. However, Kennen will have the ultimate up, while Shanji will not have that exhaust So it was used in a personal 1v1 down the bot lane. You mentioned the dragon coming up. This exhaust is so important. The dude has already Leandries plus boots plus another half item in his inventory. This cannon is going to hurt without an exhaust. So I feel like Sanji right here is going to have to find a pretty good wall to possibly misposition or reposition, sorry, rather, the cannon during that fight, having no exhaust.
And I think we're starting to see some of the dominoes fall apart for NIP because of the lack of prio that Lien has on the map. Now Rookie can't feel as confident to get these trades. He's had to move around the map because of some of the pressure there. He is not nearly to that 1920 20 or 225 dragon stacking that we had saw in the last time around he had played the Smolder. So it's going to be a little bit of a different damage profile for NIP if they want to contest for any of these objectives.
Yeah, I don't feel like they can actually contest for any of those objectives. I'm going to be honest with you, Mazel, because even though that nearly is 2 levels up on the Sejuani, you've got 1.6k on this area. You've got 1.5k onto the cannon. Again, fighting this without exhaust into a cannon is a death wish for NIP. So they're most likely going to avoid as much as they can. You see, the Dragons have not necessarily gone down too fast right here from Weibo Gaming. The stacking has been halted just a little bit, as they haven't necessarily started that second dragon yet. So NIP will get some time to try and gain some items, some level, some experience. I'm not gonna lie to you, Mazel, seeing Rookie on a pretty inactive champion early on a scaling champion, if you will, is kind of hurting NIP in this early game.
It is, but we have seen this work out for them in the past. If Lien is not sitting at 0-3, right? They pick this because you need a stable platform to make sure that you can get Rookie and Photic to a place where their damage actually sticks. But because of those early dominoes falling, they just can't do that. So that's why I feel like it looks so bad. But yes, I agree, a little bit of that proactivity is going to be needed across the board for both these two teams. As Weibo, they're perfectly fine and dandy with that. They're going to take a second dragon for themselves and maybe move a little bit of this pressure towards mid lane.
They got everything they need. They've got the ease of execution in terms of team fighting. They already have pressure. They're going to pop the referral down mid lane and try and put pressure over that. You only go Rookie, Photic, and Leon. Anyone who walks forward, it's just one Sejuani ult from Tarzan.
Glacial Prison does go down, but Mom was also called. Shanji was actually looking for a little bit of an angle. We're going to clear out some of this vision here. Nothing else to really fight for, but that outer tower falling does mean that NIP have no real defensive options out on the map past the tier 2s.
And they're just leveraging the fact that they're ahead right now. Again, Tarzan walks forward. If one of those ultis lands, then they can just capitalize on it. But right here, you can also use it as an Ornn or a Maokai ult, where you just zone people off the tower, just making sure you take the objective you came for, which is exactly what Weibo Gaming did there. Now the map is going to start getting scarily dark for NIP. What really scares me right here is not necessarily the map going dark, because you have to deal with that. A lot of the times you won't win your early games, is that the face check is not as easy. Shanji, which is your tankiest member, is stuck on a side lane, and if you lose Zwo to a face check, that means you've got 3 squishy members around, which Weibo Gaming will be more than happy to engage upon.
And I mean, now they're on 2 items for pretty much the double carries here, getting close for Breathe and Tarzan as well. But that damage profile just harder and harder to deal with for NIP. And this is where maybe some of that lack of cohesion is starting to rear its head here. Weibo realizing they just need to have some go buttons, and they're looking to utilize that. And I love that they're trying to just keep pressure on. Even if there's nothing to fight for, because they have such a big lead, they can just force these fights.
It's junglers. They're everything to fight for. There's grubs up, grubs are the thing you fight for. This is pride between the junglers. I feel like these 2 junglers right here have dictated how the game goes, for the good or for the bad. Absolutely. During the series. And Tarzan getting full control of the jungle right here on the Sejuani on one of his signature picks, as Photic just went to Arcane Shift that combo away. Very easy for an Ezreal to get out of that. But again, making sure that you take control through the jungle, you can very easily try to even pull like a 20-minute barrel. With 2 Fed 80 carries in the cannon, you could definitely pull NIP to try and fight you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can just force the hand and see if NIP want to try to bite it. But they are still very far off from any scaling pieces for them, especially Rookie. Still not even going to be very close to that 225 stacking moment either. A little bit of vision there. Being piloted by observers. But this has been a story about the best of Weibo. And I will say, yes, it's been all about Zeri, unfortunately, for the mid laners. But Xiaohu has been able to answer Rookie in a lot of these cases on this Zeri. And I think finding that advantage in mid lane has led to a lot of this. And every single game, those like 2,000 leads are meaning the difference. Now, they're going to try to carve back something on top side. The exhaust comes out a bit early. Breathe is going to have his Slicing Maelstrom available now, but luckily, Shanji's pretty tanky. Going to try to fight back on a Rookie. Rookie going to get some more stacks there, and that is beautifully done. But they did lose a tier 2 in mid lane, and they're under siege in bot lane.
Bolt. Yeah, that is 2 towers, and only have to sacrifice the electric rat up the top lane, and just an ultimate will take those. That was a TP and an exhaust that was invested by Shanji, and there is Soul Point coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. That exhaust is going to be down, and Kennen will have his ultimate back up and available. Is it great that you ended up dying? No, but isn't it fantastic what Weibo Gaming were able to do with all that pressure from Breathe up the top side of the map? Absolutely. Taking every outer tower from mid and bot is going to be great for the next Dragon, because it's going to be complete darkness for NIP trying to walk out. Now, for an exhausted Kennen, he's still a little low damage, because as you can see, not exhausted the ultimate. Look how much damage it does to Sanji, who's the tankiest member.
And has some MR too. So not too shabby there. And that's why we talked so much about the way that, Weibo drafted themselves into a very strong team fight centered composition, and now that they have the advantage, they can just utilize that so well. The in-betweens are going to be the important thing for NIP. If they can find some of this promise with the poke, they are on the double items now for both Photic and Rookie, and they also have the evolutions there too. Still not going to be close to that next 225 mark for Rookie, but going to be getting closer to that point.
Which is very funny, because I feel like Rookie hit one of the earliest times for the 2-5 stacks earlier on in his best of, I believe it was versus JDG. 1920 was when he hit the 225 stacks. The one closer to him was Merwin from the LEC at 1944 through that top lane. But now he's nowhere near that, as you have mentioned, 22 almost minutes into the game. And this Smolder will come online, and there are still replies from NIP. However, this is going to be a very 4 versus 5 fought battle. Leian, even though 1 level up still in the jungle, when the health bars are getting higher, when the resistance starts coming in, Nidalee is not as relevant anymore.
Can we just call him Soraka from here on out? I don't know. Maybe we get the mid-game change.
That's what I'm saying.
As I thought NIP were going to be willing to just give this one up and say, hey, let's fight in the next 5 minutes, but it looks like they're going to make the play down here. Shanji just getting completely trounced by both of the Wei Bros in the solo lanes. The Xiaohu had TP'd in to get the kill, and going to be pushing onto an inhib tower here. NIP have said no to the dragon stacking to Weibo, but they might have overextended themselves. They are getting pincered as now here comes Tarzan. They do end up getting the dragon too. Tarzan, oh man, he's making NIP hurt. Here comes Mom, Rookie, trying to get the stacks as best as possible. They're starting to fight down though. Lien, he's a little bit worse though. No, he can't get it. Does pounce his way over the wall. Rookie is trying to fight his life in the pit. He's going down though. Gets some good stacks. Lien tries to go forward, and he's gunned down by none other than Xiaohu, as the Zeri represents.
Now, that might be crazy for me to say, but that fight was much closer for comfort for Weibo Gaming right here. Losing 2 members, of course, that is due to the fact that Kennen did not necessarily have access to that ultimate to try and influence the fight. However, NIP put a heck of a fight on this one. Unfortunately for them, they do lose the Dragon, and they do lose every single member in their team. Very many glowing health bars on Weibo Gaming, but it doesn't matter if you don't end up taking them down. Let's go through it one more time. Crisp on the flank right here from Weibo Gaming, and there's 3 different angles that Weibo Gaming are coming from. Again, reminder, if there's too many flanks, there's many groups that are outnumbered, and NIP stuck as a bundle, all 4 together. This is why you saw a lot of damage coming over to the side of Weibo Gaming, and almost, I'm not going to lie to you, for a certain amount of time, I thought this was going to be won by NIP.
Lien actually had an influence. For being so far behind, he actually had a major influence in that fight as well. But love to see, honestly, that Light was so reserved in his pull of the bullet time there, waiting for Zhuo's flash play and immediately flashing out of it. There's little things going like that, but now NIP, they know they need to keep going. And Breathe is the target now. He's going to pop the Slicing Maelstrom. Exhaust comes out immediately and goes golden, so maybe denying the kill over there. Shusha Barrage also came down. I don't think Lien had confidence that Shanji could pull him back, and he did. And unfortunately, NIP, they've spent so much time on bot side, they're just losing Baron.
I mean, your junglers are down the bot lane. You do not have a smite.
Oh, it gets
the
so
ultimate from
close.
Smolder coming from Rookie. Not quite enough. Tarzan, pretty confident on his smiting a bit.
Oh my god.
What is going on?
Dude, Breathe is just
What is
breaking
going
his
on?
ankles here. They're going to send more.
Oh, Joe's coming too.
Oh my god, they're sending more. Send your masses, says Breathe.
Oh, he knows.
He knows. He knows. He knows. Is he going to get the combo back, though? He just... Oh, my God. No way. They're taking up the turret. Okay, in the end, it doesn't matter. It was a little bit more glitz and glam, but it is still NIP that strike true on bot side while losing their base, by the way.
Weibo Gaming have Baron. You cannot commit 3 members down the bot lane. You're going to lose everything. Already losing that mid lane tier 1, putting some hurt down top lane tier 1 as well. What is going on? NIP looks lost. Shanji and Leon try to pull a play, but Leon goes into hourglass mode when exhaust is active, which means that Breathe just walks out of the play.
Yeah.
And then they just have to chase him. Desperation plays coming out from NIP, not necessarily working out the way they wanted it to. I mean, they have capitalized 2 kills back to back, right, onto Breathe. But Weibo Gaming are just taking your entire map while you're committing 2 and 3 members constantly to kill Kennen.
Exactly. I think that's just the hard point at this point. You have 4 items on Xiaohu as well. And the hardest part is that this was a composition that, you know, NIP have tried to find success with before. They have some of the pieces that work. But Weibo have just showed up in force. And I think being able to utilize a lot of the strength around Xiaohu, a guy who has been making a new legacy for himself over on Weibo since all that time on RNG, and maybe trying to write a new page in the book here and taking down NIP in their miracle run.
The TP. Shanji does have TP, and the ward was highlighted right there. But Shanji's literally in the face of Weibo Gaming, so he's not going to pick TP in anytime soon. And again, Xiaohu, as you mentioned, was very heavily criticized in terms of performance over in spring. And honestly, he did not look good. A lot of the plays were pretty terrible. He was not the side lane god that we know him to be. However, right here in this meta with all the 80 carries, he looks really good. Please don't let me cast a curse you. Thank you. With all those 80 carries, he's been looking very, very crisp. No pun intended, of course. And he's won an MSI as a mid laner, 2 MSIs as a mid laner, an MSI as a top laner. He knows how side laning works, and he's been using that to perfection right here in the series.
NIP have a decent siege defense, but it's not going to be nearly enough as they lose another inhib turret, their last one remaining on bot side being defended by Rookie, still under the siege of Xiaohu. He does have that execution mark, but I don't think the threshold is going to be nearly big enough for NIP to pull themselves out of this one. They will stop the siege, though, as Weibo may be repositioned for this dragon. It would be a soul of an ocean variety.
They don't have to overpressure the mid lane right here, or any lane for that matter. They have a pretty free soul. I think you take every objective that you can off the map. The game is pretty much already won in the books, right? 11,000 gold in the lead for Weibo Gaming. They've got the soul, they had the previous power, and they've taken everything outside of NIP's base. The only thing that remains is that base from NIP. However, it becomes a little bit difficult because there's a bunch of wave play between the Ezreal and the Smolder. So you might need, unless you catch someone outside of that base, you might need yet another Baron from the sort of Weibo game to try and crack open NIP's base.
Honestly, easy dealings in that regard. You just need 2 minutes to make sure you can secure that one. I think they'll be able to hold on just fine. NIP, though, they're trying to move some vision out here, easily being rebuffed by Weibo with all this strength they have. And you have to remember that in this series as a whole, you know, Weibo did kind of smack NIP in the Rumble stage in that 2-0 in their best 3. Maybe reminiscing here as Weibo have woken up a bit. I know you said on the day NIP can potentially have the best macro in the league. I think maybe they woke up a little bit late and then hit the snooze bar again. And then we're waiting for that next alarm to come on.
Yeah, and that's the worst, right? Your brain doesn't get to have a full circle of cleansing. Apparently, that's what it's called. So not necessarily on their best day. No, that's actually the thing, by the way. You guys need to check that out.
Okay,
It needs
okay.
a full cycle to cleanse everything. So yeah, a lot of the times if you guys snooze and you feel even more tired, even though you've slept around 20 minutes more, that's because your brain hasn't had the time to do the full cycle that it needs to do. That's why you wake up more tired even though you've slept more. It's really interesting if you guys want to read about it. It's really fun. You guys go ahead. However, here, I'll agree with you. I feel like this is why NIP haven't necessarily looked as a strong contender, because even though they're showing these signs of brilliance, which right now Shanji is not showing, he's trying to face check, but he's the only member that can. It's just been so inconsistent.
Yeah.
It's like, what makes NIP win other than Rookie popping off 1v9? And we've seen some glimpses of Shanji getting ahead, maybe Leon getting ahead, maybe fought against War, 2v2 in Ruler and missing, but it just hasn't always been consistent.
I think, and as we see Tarzan go in for the final blow potentially here by Weibo, it literally is making me think, though. I mean, the one game that Weibo looked really bad on was without a proactive jungler. The two games they have looked good on are with proactive junglers. Is that just the difference that NIP cannot overcome here? I know the early game didn't do Lian any favors, but he's got to find some promise in here if he wants to get NIP over the line.
I'm not gonna lie, that game number 2 did have a few questionable moments from Tarzan as well and Crisp. We just walked into the jungle and thought they were cool enough to take a brand down 2v1 after level 6. So yeah, there were a few oopsies, but Weibo Gaming has been playing aggressively overall in general, even with champions that you don't necessarily expect this to happen over in game 2 also.
Bro says, you want this?
Too
I'll
far.
come at you. Big true shot barrage across, but now Breathe is unanswered with the slicing maelstrom. Shanji has now come, though, and Rookie has some good damage here, but Shanji gonna pull off the fight because they realize that Xiaohu is ready to come over with the flank.
Yeah, that looked a little bit too good to be true, and then I looked in the middle and I was like, okay. So my 6k gold lead Zeri, is it over in the middle? Yeah, that makes sense why NIP is sort of winning the trades in terms of damage. They didn't manage to take that cannon ultimate away, and the exhaust is still standing onto Shanji. However,
You can't step to
Shanji's kinda
Xiaohu.
running.
He's full build right now. Like, he will just run you down.
He has no flash.
As everyone from NIP heading to the cave of their base here. Botic maybe overstepping a little bit. Now Tarzan comes through, and there goes Swow. Bouncy castled into a dream, and that will be the final siege by Weibo.
Weibo Gaming take another one down, and only 4 members of NIP. Can they defend
They
this?
do have a decent amount of clear. Rookie does have a lot of damage on the minions, but the turret's already going down one by one. The damage is going to be there. Xiaohu steps up to take the first one. Weibo, they smell max point on the horizon here in NIP. They got a little fight back here, though. Weibo, they're giving them a little tussle, but it's on to the Nexus focus, and Weibo, they'll go up 2-1.
Weibo Gaming, the most consistently inconsistent team in the LPL. In Group Ascend, they went win-loss, 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 win-win. There was no streak over there. However, on the day, this is an NIP that persevered past LGD, past JDG. They are showing to be the more consistent team, the team that will play aggressive in the early game, the team that will want to get ahead by 15 to then close it out. And I feel like NIP they've run out of answers. They need to be stepping it up individually.
I had big questions on the consistency of Lian, the teams that he's been on. There has been some times where he has slipped and fallen, and now we see that maybe he's on the back foot for the first time in these best of fives. Let's see if he can rise up and answer and get us to a silver scrapes. We'll be back with game number 4 after a short little break.
destruction of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Playoffs 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and now Weibo have done what we kind of expected of them and pushed NIP to match point now. The answer has to rely on finding some consistency in the jungle for Lien to get us to that silver scrapes.
And a reminder, I think it's even a miracle. My God, 32,000 damage. Sorry. It completely threw me off my thoughts right there. Incredible performance by Breathe onto this cannon. But apart from that, a little reminder here. NIP shouldn't even be here with the performance they had over in that group ascent. They did not beat a singular team in that group. They went full loss streak. Coming into playoffs, it feels like they just reignited that NIP magic in the playoffs, and they definitely need it here because Weibo Gaming look like the more stable and the more consistent team throughout this series.
The biggest difference maker has been the more proactive junglers on both sides. Yes, you can say that about Lien on the Nidalee. He was proactive until he went 0-3 to start us off. You look at Tarzan, though, you look at Weibo, who in their 2 wins have completely controlled the map in a lot of regards, and you see this kind of, I guess, pattern at this point for Weibo in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like even in game number 2, where, again, there was a mistake by going into the jungle as Maokai plus Rakan and engaging onto a brand, there was still some proactivity there to try and get some lead back, trying to get something going on the map. So it definitely does rely a lot on the side of Weibo Gaming to get Crisp and Tarzan linked up and start making plays. And I feel like Leon has been sort of struggling outside of that Zyra. The brand game was great by him, but he was set up for success. He had Juo on his back. They were ganking around the map. That's great. But Tarzan right here with the Sejuani, he was finding all the angles to try and make a difference on a pick that has actually defined him this split.
God, you just see some of the fight again. Like, it was crazy to me that actually Lien had a decent impact in this fight as a whole. Like, NIP should not have been winning that fight in any regard. But then this is the signaling of the end. I think it just was a very clear draft from Weibo and executed very well.
Now, hear me out. I know that Breathe was very flashy with his cannon, and he did die a lot for the greater cause on a side lane. But when it comes to MVP, I feel like Tarzan absolutely deserves that one. He has been impeccable. I feel like he has been very game-defining on the... Oh, yes! Yep. Very game-defining on the team's victories. 2-0-8 on Sejuani. And it's not very usual that you want to see a player on a Sejuani, right? Especially when we have so many flashy junglers in the LPL. But this guy wins you games with that pick.
11 MVPs in the regular season there as well. First in playoffs, obviously. Getting a couple games now under his belt. But it literally was just his pathing, taking advantage of Lien and not ever giving it back.
Oh, he absolutely scouted him all over the map, and he was there for the counter ganks, and he was looking for all over the map. Shanji right there, overextending for that one creep. You know, you gotta push your wave or you're screwed for the rest of it, and...
That's a scary
there
piggy.
You go. Tarzan is there to capitalize on that. Dodges on the spear. I mean...
This was rough. I mean, Lien was on vision to go into this play, and that's why, you know, they were able to just play completely around it.
I feel like I'm not gonna give it specifically to Leon for like throwing that early game. Obviously, with the Nidalee, you have to go a little bit more aggressive to try and make the pick work earlier on. But I feel like in a lot of these times, Weibo Gaming have had the easier to execute draft. Yeah. They've got a very clear vision of the front to back, very clear goal buttons, which are so important. And I feel like Crisp plus Tarzan have been on point with their goal buttons. NIP just need to go back to the basics.
They got to find what makes it work. Questions always bubble up to the surface. Who else but Rookie can stay stable, can stay as a carry here? So far, we're not getting the same triumphant 2v2 in the bot lane that maybe gave them a lot of their victories, or at least a lot of strength in their victories here in their previous best ofs. But you also have to remember that this is a hell of a run for NIP in any regard, as they have had to fight their way through the Knights rival stage for the first time ever, and this is their 4th best of 5 in little over like a week and a half.
And they definitely need this because it is so important. You win here, you get Guardian Angel. That means you get 2 chances of losses, and the playoffs bracket is absolutely ruthless. You've got top esports ahead, you've got BLG ahead, you've got LNG ahead, you've got AL ahead potentially. Like, there's so many teams that can take you down, so having 2 lives is so of pivotal importance in the LPL playoffs. And for NIP, so crucial as well in terms of a development in the playoffs, going, as you said, their 4th best of 5 after coming through a huge loss streak in the group ascent.
They did win some games, but did lose every single series. Now we get into a pivotal game 4. Will NIP stave themselves from darkness, keep the run for the Silver Dragon Cup going, and play yet more best of 5s? Or will they fall into that darkness, and will Weibo take their place in the upper bracket here to face on against BLG and earn that Guardian Angel? We're NIP on the blue side this game number 4. It is the Ashe and the Aurora banned away already. The Zyra and the Misfortune banned away by Weibo, knowing exactly where they need to hit.
Now hear me out. The 3rd ban in game number 2 was Nidalee. Now after Leon's Nidalee, I'm really scared of leaving the Nidalee open right here, because you can take other picks such as the Rumble away right here and not give it over to Shanji, who had an incredible game number 2. Is going to be the case Now, NIP, do you take the misfortune away or the Zeri that has been defining the entire series?
Zeri is literally 100%
The answer is
win
neither.
rate. Yeah, and honestly, I would not be shocked if Weibo go ahead and grab that pick here for themselves in one of the two choices they have at this first phase. That Renekton, though, gives a lot of strength to Shanji in the 1v1.
That makes so much sense. I feel like every single team that's picked the Zeri so far was able to pick up a W2. And Weibo Gaming definitely want to be closing out the series right here. We said they're the more consistent team, they're the better team on the day. Closing out the series 3-1 is very important for their way to the cup, for showing up for Worlds. And Leon with a very bold choice to go for the Nidalee back-to-back. I'm actually glad that NIP believe in him on that pick.
I mean, and they also have better tools around it, it feels like. The Leona
For
here
sure.
is absolutely game changer in terms of getting those spear setups, getting the long distance engage. And we all know how dirty the Renekton Italy combo can be once they combine. The Braum going to be here, has a bit of a peel back tool for Weibo, and it looks like that's what their onus is going to be on, at least trying to get for the rest of their composition.
Now here's the drawback. You have prioritized, of course, top lane, jungle, and support. A lot of setup for Nidalee. That means rookies champions are gonna probably get trimmed off, particularly the Tristana, the Corki is still there. You do need things to gain some priority over that mid lane, over that Zeri, because it felt like with the Smolder in the mid lane, there were not many choices for Leon to go for. You need that priority through mid to then bleed that Nidalee through the jungle and around the map.
And I know we still have a lot of picks for NIP, but if they aren't getting ahead with this composition, it's going to be really hard to fight a very team-centered comp that already Weibo have gotten for themselves. I do really like NIP's focus of the Tarzan special Sejuani to take away those like go buttons to counter what NIP have, but it's all about the damage profile that Weibo are centered on. It was the Ziggs, but then also the Kaisa bandway against the ninjas in pajamas.
Now hear me out. How do you like Poppy here? Either for
His
Tarzan
Poppy is
or
nice.
Bree. Every single champion on the side of NIP would be absolutely gutted to play into a Poppy. You stop so much engage, so much damage coming through from Nidalee as well as the Leona engaging. I feel like it would be a pick to look for, even towards the tops of the map if Tarzan doesn't want to pick it up in the jungle.
This has been left open. And it will be grabbed. All right, so we get the Lilia for the first time in the series, but there's a reason why it's been a prio ban, and the amount of tempo it gives you in the jungle and the amount of answers it'll give you into the Nidalee is actually really important to focus on.
Okay, so Weibo are going for a full pilling comp. There is no hard engage. You've got a Braum. Poppy is perfect for the R5. NIP have to choose the last two carries. Bot lane, of course, as an AD carry, and that mid lane. What is Rookie gonna choose to go for? Having the setup from the Genie is great, and Photic has been excellent at playing all alone down the bot lane with the champion. But Rookie...
A Rookie classic. All right.
An oldie but a goodie. Okay.
So he was angry about playing all the ADs in mid. This time, going to go with the AP setup
It's
here.
Poppy.
And
It's Poppy.
really, really important to focus on that this could be a last game for NIP until the regional qualifiers. But it's also something of a miracle run they've been able to put together so far. Now relying heavily on Lien, one of the newer pieces, and Rookie on a classic pick for him.
And let's see. Breathe right here. Locks into Cassante. A little bit more frontline for Weibo Gaming. They do have a lot of squishy targets on their team together with the Braum. A very peeling composition, if you will, from Weibo Gaming that can't play from distance. You've got a bunch of poke coming in with the Lilia Orbs and the Ezreal, of course, the Zeri 2. The Ezreal Volume 2, I should say, with the Zeri. Great stuff right here. Whilst NIP, on the other hand, they've got a much more, I want to say, reserved comp, Mazel, with the Azir scaling into the late game, possibly playing through side lane too.
I think they'd be a little active here. I think they need to be. I mean, you have that later game damage, but if Lien again finds himself in a hole, I don't think it's going to matter either way.
Let's see now, of course, NIP with their backs against the wall. One game away from Weibo for taking it over to the next stage, from gaining that Guardian Angel. NIP came from a full loss streak in terms of series in that group ascent. They find themselves on their fourth best of 5 in their playoffs run, in the run to get Rookie back to Worlds. And Weibo Gaming seemed the better team on the day.
Regional qualifiers would be obviously a nice insurance policy, but making the run would be even better. That Silver Dragon Cup looming large in front of the eyes of all 10 of these players. And as we go to a potential game finish here by Weibo, a potential move on, it is NIP who have not been quiet. They've relied on Lien a lot in this latest run. His new addition, providing that stability, providing that centerpiece to enable Rookie and Photic, and now he's got to find it in him to make the difference here. It's game number 4, NIP's playoff lives on the line.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Everybody still presenting very strongly for the teams. All the energy in the stadium, the energy in Suzhou. Shout out to all the fans making the trips out there for all the teams. Definitely some far trips to be had, but you're actually getting a little bit of spice here in the level 1. Everybody trying to contest for maybe a little bit of vision here, but Spear does connect early.
I feel like what is really scary for NIP is that usually compositions with double AD carry plus Brom are very easy to late invade you and sort of throw you off your game, and you definitely don't want to have this with Nidalee. However, right here, they did spot Crisp really early on, and they do have the chance to get their Nidalee completely unseen in the jungle. There's not a single ward into Lean's jungle, so the Nidalee will be completely unspotted, but so will the Lilia from Tarzan. Oh, saying that. There you
A
go.
little bit of late vision there, I guess, by Shanji, as he will spot out the Krug's gone. So the start is obviously the Krug's spawning rather, not gone. And now you actually have to think about the mirrored starts for both these junglers, because we know that Loyen has typically liked to go early down towards bot side. He wants to connect with the pieces that make Nidalee strong early, and I love to see that adaptation from NIP.
There is actually so much setup around the map, right? Even Rookie after level 6 can set up. The Renekton Nidalee is a tale as old as time when it comes to setup. However, K'Sante is not one of the easier champions to pin down, especially on red side due to that wall that has been added there when the map got restructured. It feels like one of the safest kind of champions to play onto that red side. But you do have a lot of setup if you get Zwo around on the map with you, which is something that NIP did do over in game number 2.
Maybe not some of the best.
Okay, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, maybe not some of the best win-loss records there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We saw that's been like the case this entire series so far. None of them have looked particularly good. Dwo's, though, Leona still bringing up the masses there in the end. I do want to take a check-in on the culmination of these passes. We're going to be getting to them. It did look like in the end, the level 2 and advantage had been completed. We see the cannon missed by light there. But it is also something where we could get major influence from both junglers early this time. It doesn't feel like it's going to be as lopsided as we've seen in the other games.
Now here's the difference, right? Tarzan is going to path towards our bot side. You've got priority right there with the Brom countering the Leona in lane. And you've got a lot of folk coming in from light. And there's a pretty beefy wave that they have managed to crash towards our bot side of the map. However, you do know that Nidalee will most likely want to play around that Renekton. Again, a lot of setup in the early game. If there is a chance that you have a wave and he is diveable and he's gotten a lot of poke, you can play through that. You do have the Scuttle Crab that Leon can play around right now just to win a little bit more time in lane. As you can see, the pings have already come through and Shanji could potentially start pushing that wave in. It's not a beefy wave, so Leon is just going to back instead.
I will say the reason I put so much emphasis on that setup is because, I mean, Tarzan is always going to be a problem in this game. And as time goes on, it's only going to get worse and worse. We saw what happens if Lien just becomes Soraka bot from the jungle. So it's more so Lien trying to keep his head above water in this game.
Let's see if he can actually do that. I mean, even going even at this point would be pretty good for the time being. However, Tarzan is not all.
That Unbreakable
Cool.
is going to block a ton of the damage that Photic's bringing through, though. They try to get the angle there. Loyen will be spotted out on the ward. Going to go for the early flash as Crisp getting out of dodge there. And Weibo stopped Loyen's early ganks, but they still get the flash and the cleanses out.
Yeah, double summoners from Crisp as well. They could potentially pull a turnaround right here. Pull a croco, as I like to say, and just circle around that wall, around that bot lane tier 1 from Weibo Gaming and try to go around. However, the wave in the position that it is, it would be very difficult because Weibo Gaming is underneath their tower. So that will be it. A couple of summoners burned, though, for Weibo Gaming, and that's very important in terms of where Lian paths next.
This guy, I talked a little bit about it, foreshadowed a bit. He's been on so many teams here recently, but he was obviously an IG stand-in, came up through the IG Young system. But he's been on Rare Atom for a long time. He was there almost 3 years, and he went back to IG. Now he's on NIP to come in and try to save it. And even when he went back to IG, he was there to try to save the season. And a little bit like the trajectory of Tarzan, who was coming in to try to save Weibo in that offseason and maybe make a little bit of a difference for them.
And he absolutely has, right? This Weibo gaming looks so much different than the spring iteration that we did see earlier on in the year. I think Breathe and Tarzan have literally restructured the way that Weibo Gaming likes to play. And it's very funny because when Tarzan jumped into Weibo Gaming, we expected it to be the Tarzan show. Everyone facilitates for Tarzan, everyone plays for him, help him carry, give him all the carry champions. And the poor guy could not 50-50 smite to save his life earlier on this season. I think it just became a reoccurring joke that he kept missing all the smites whenever he was contested. However, I feel like finding a 50-50 balance between him being the carry and also the facilitator with things like the Maokai and the Sejuani has worked wonders for Weibo Gaming.
Maybe not the Maokai this series, but in the past. It looked real rough in the last time around. Maybe a couple early those passes, maybe not going his way either. I do love this from Weibo, though, and NIP. They are continuously trading around the map, and this is the first time we're really getting that aspect of the game.
I don't want to see Nidalee trading. I want to see Nidalee fighting. I want to see Leanne getting down and dirty in these early fights. And Weibo, I've already started the Dragon, but NIP look like they do want to fight.
You want it? You got it. There's the spear connecting. They're on to Crisp right now, but they can't get the execution. Oh my god, that's a 4-man, 3-man loopy lullaby there at the end, and now it's Weibo. Oh my goodness, the hell of a handbasket yet again. As Weibo come away with 3, unanswered by NIP as they take the Dragon as well.
I said I want to see him get down and dirty. I didn't mean in the mud.
That's what you gotta do when you get down and dirty. Those classic mud fights.
See, this is why they say context is very important when you say things. Context was not read right there by NIP. Disastrous fight for them, and Weibo Gaming strike back yet again, getting the kills on the targets that matter as well.
Yeah.
The triple carry that they have on the map managed to grab a kill and 2 assists each. I think Rookie whiffs the ultimate as well, unfortunately for him. And Rookie's too far forward. He's already gotten 2 stacks of the bomb passive for him. And they just go too far to try and kill Chris, where Tarzan finds the angle for a huge flash Q. And then Rookie kind of whiffing the ultimate right there, as we mentioned, solidifies the team.
Just again, it's raising the conversation of Weibo have an easily executable composition, and they are able to execute on it. You talk about all the veterancy on this team. You talk about the track record of this team, a majority of them having been in World Finals just last year. And you think about what that growth has meant for this team with that consistency coming more into line, and a lot of these pieces just showing off. They know how to take advantage. They know how to never let it go.
And this is the scariest part, right? We came into the series and we said, hey, Weibo Gaming doesn't necessarily get ahead a lot of the times at 15. It's about 40%, so less than half of their games they manage to get ahead at 15 in the early game. However, when they do, it's almost a 100% W for them. So they know how to close them out. They know how to play from a position of the lead. It's a case of you've been inconsistent for so long that you don't always get that lead. In this series, it's been true about their lead. Every single time they got it, they ended up closing out the game. They ended up choking an IP off of vision and just using their raw power through the ease of execution from the draft to just close it out.
Been really nice to watch, and NIP left wanting a little bit here. The Zir pick maybe coming into question a little bit. It is a rookie classic, but we haven't seen it necessarily as proficient here in the meta itself. And that's also something to think about, as Weibo have just been playing so concertedly around the meta so well. Now, Tarzan has full advantage to just kind of push his face into the enemy jungle, see if there's anything to steal around, maybe make a bot lane play, as Chris will stop his back. He sees Tarzan coming over. Tarzan also has Lilting Lullaby, so this could just be a play. As Leyen is coming over, misses the swirl seed, so won't be able to follow through anymore. And here comes the Glacial Fisher to fight back. Spear gonna miss. Woe has to get out of there. Dead. Oh, at least maybe not gonna be able to get the curtain call combinations there. There's too many bodies in the way for Weibo. Gets the 4th shot on Tarzan anyways.
Everybody lining up from Weibo.
We saw Ruler bend the
trying to
bullet a
save
couple
General
times.
Crisp. But that looked like it almost could go south for Weibo Gaming. NIP closed in super quickly. I feel when games go really rough, you look at the big names over on NIP. And by big names, I mean Rookie. I feel like Rookie has not let this team down. I just want to take us back over to spring 2024, just a couple of months ago, where he literally put one of the best performances we've seen to recent date from Rookie. His Talia, his Corki, trying to shove in his lane, play for side lanes, trying to get his other lanes ahead. It was a spectacular performance from the player. Unfortunately, not good enough if other members do not follow up. And this is why I've been so critical of NIP, because I'm like, you've got this. On a good day, you're the best macro the LPL has seen this year. And like, what is going on? It makes you kind of angry that this can't be replicable. However, San's in trouble.
All right, then a little bit of deep doo-doo here. He's gonna get a little bit of the combo out from Weibo, and Breathe will claim the kill now. Xiaohu flashing to get the dash over the wall, and we'll be safe.
Just about right there. NIP tried to hit back, get something on that, towards the top side of the map. Sanji doesn't have teleport, dead for another 10 seconds, and NIP are looking to contest.
NIP actually able to get the 4th rub, so they'll have the might spawn now, and they'll force Weibo out a little bit. They brought Photic over. Xiaohu is nowhere nearby, and that next scrub will be secured by Photic in the end. I don't think Weibo wants to contest over here. They're going to try to move in a little bit, try to deny this, but they know he doesn't have Smite. It's going to be taken by Light. Now Xiaohu has made his way over finally, and Photic is just Jin. So there's no way he could get away. The kill goes over as well to Light.
All right, you sacrifice your AD carry, but you do get 5 Void Grubs, which will still give you the buff. You can still chunk down the towers pretty fast with those as well. Now, the question here is, I'm looking at Rookie, and I'm looking at a side lane threat here on the Azir. 5 Void Grub buffs. You've got the Azir. You're known for the champion as well. Rookie really has to make this commitment for the Void Grubs work for NIP, and he's already in his way, already shoved on the side lane, pressing towards the top side, some solo experience, gold, and very importantly, some turret platings to get back that gold lead from Shaku.
Get this Zeri down a little bit in any regard. Although it's been really hard to do this series, as Rookie will dash his way out of the Winter's Bite. Weibo, though, will be moving on to the dragon here. Will be a second dragon for them as well, and it's perfect timing because then they can reset or reposition for the Rift Herald on the other side of the map.
Now that's very scary, right? You mentioned the dragon. They've actually taken the dragons really quickly this time around from the sort of Weibo gaming. They have invested time and effort for this particular neutral objective on the map, playing towards the bot side, and this will force NIP's hand at some point in time. In 10 minutes, if it continues like this, it will be sold for Weibo Gaming. And even though I did say that I would love to see Rook in a side lane creating problems, being a nuisance and taking towers down, of course, with the Void Grubs buff, if Weibo Gaming do threaten a soul, you're going to have to inevitably group, and I think it will be too early in the game to have any significance in your items.
Gotta keep as much momentum going as possible. They are gonna use that grub buff to try to take this turret up here and get all 5 of those plates. So Rookie able to even up a lot of that lead in the mid lane and see that take over his way once he's able to take this one down. That'll also be first turret over the way of NIP. So they're able to carve a decent amount of gold back. We are getting first item completions for a majority of everybody across the board as well.
And that is perfect. If you're a Rookie fan, if you want to see him at Worlds, if you want to see him do better in the LPL overall, Photic, the 2-shot. Ooh.
Very close, very close. Photic did have the fleet footwork to get a little bit of health back. Uh-oh.
Oh, the TP flag.
What happens when you get a little bit cocky?
It's
Rookie! He's coming over like an RKO out of nowhere. There's a beautiful arcade shift from Light, but it does not matter. Rookie has found you, and NIP are on the board finally 14 minutes in.
400 Gs as well in Rookie's pocket. Remember, this guy, when he went onto the top lane, he was 600 gold down to Shahu. Now he's about 700 gold up. Tarzan might be in trouble here.
I think Woe might be in trouble. Spear's not going to...
Oh, it's the opposite.
The death wall is there. He's going to flash over, but Tarzan is very fast. Going to pop the Lilting Lullaby and has the Cinders to pick up on the way. You can't run from Bambi when she's got lightning speed. As Rookie's now getting surrounded like sharks in a tank full of food. Weibo are, as they move with the minions here. The Rift Herald on the other side of the map I thought might be the play, and we'll see Weibo use a little bit of their confidence here to maybe not go for that.
Yeah, NIP overextending just a little bit right there. I feel like you need to take what you're given at this point and try to get as strong as possible onto this Azir. At this point, a lot of the picks that you have for NIP will fall off pretty massively. You're playing Jhin into a Cassandra.
How dare you call that Jhin?
In your face. I mean, if you manage to kill Cassandra in the late game, you know what? I'll take it back myself.
It's not happening. It's not happening. I tell you that right now. Curtain call coming through, trying to weave it around to get Chris. And Tarzan doing a wonderful job. Needs to be a little bit careful. Force shot does come through. And
ooh, the TP bot,
yeah,
the TP
they got
bot.
Breathe over here, but he's actually getting Xiaohu's eye. Oh, really? He just gets snapped like Thanos. My goodness, Shanji comes down to try to provide some support, but things are going bad to worse down here in the bot lane for NIP.
Photic, Tarzan's looking for Photic, doesn't flash.
He's going to flash away from the Swirl Seed. Does get burned down pretty heavily, but nicely played there. Will not have his only mobility tool available to him now, though, and that'll be punished.
But that is NIP losing on every front, right? They lost the mid lane tower. They have killed Rookie down the bot lane. They got the kill onto Xiaohu. Now, the gold lead is pretty much equalized between the two mid lanes. We have said how important it is to have that Zeri on your team. The entire series has been dictated. Whoever has the Zeri has actually won the game. This champion, if he does get ahead, it provides so much sustainable damage towards the later stages of the game, and especially having such a huge front line with the Cassandra and the Braum. These two champions win you so much time and space in those fights to be able to put down your damage. So Xiaohu is going to be of pivotal importance in the team fights to come for Weibo Gaming.
He really will be capitalizing on any of the setup he can do is going to be the name of the game. NIP, they are not one to be resting on their haunches here, though, as they will be trying to move out towards this
They're
Rift
tickling
Herald.
him.
They are just tickling him, and maybe he doesn't like being tickled. But the Rift Herald was kind of the move that they were trying to get around, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage profile right now to push up into the vision that Weibo have, and Weibo are just going to start that one up now.
Yeah, also it's very scary when Tarzan is 2-0 and 3 onto that Lilia. Leandra's completed, Merc's already completed. You definitely do not want to be walking into a level 11 deer when your cat has fallen behind yet again.
I feel like that in the Animal Kingdom that doesn't make sense, but I like it in the Summoner's Rift Kingdom.
All right, Xiaohu here reads the play, TP's at the back, tries to support Breed, dives straight onto Rookie. Sees how low HP. That wall is also very facilitating for the Zeri as well. And if a W had connected there as well onto Leon, we could have been seeing more plays coming through. However, this Dragon, very important for NIP. This is why they have already started it. But Xiaohu has
so
no defeat, and he's all the way at the top.
He buffed the lilting lullaby. You can't stop this deer. Chris gets the kill. Shanji's getting a 1v1 by Breed, but he's going down. Solo Polo goes to Weibo, and now they're taking everything. You got one kill. What did it cost? Now you're 10 in the hole to Weibo, who are not letting up.
Tarzan absolutely ruthless with this engage. Oh,
Overextended. Xiaohu, he gets the shutdown over to Photic. That's going to be big, but it's paltry prizes right now for NIP.
Yeah, it's not going to be as big as what Weibo Gaming got out of this fight down bot lane. They've taken the entire jungle. They've gotten soul point for themselves. They've taken 2 kills away from NIP as well. And it's going to start becoming real difficult.
Photic.
Oh,
they know
no.
he doesn't have flash. They just got it off him a little bit ago. True Shot Barrage comes over, but the burn is what gets
man.
him. Burn, baby, burn, says Tarzan as he goes singing into the enemy jungle.
He just keeps going. He knows he has light on his side. He sees Crisp coming from base as well. He's like, it's fine. As long as Tarzan has flash, he gets to play as aggressively as he wishes. They have to pull the TP from Rook on that mid lane tower to defend it as well. And here's where the conversation started with the Jhin. It wasn't necessarily a dig towards Jhin. It's about Renekton. It's about Nidalee. Those champions are not known for carrying your late game. Sure, Jhin will set up for your Nidalee, for your Renekton, for your Azir. But that's about it. When that Cassandra walks up to the Jhin is rendered pretty much useless. You can tickle him, but you'll never kill him. Therefore, you are never posing a threat to Weibo Gaming. This is why they're just running NIP down. If NIP don't get ahead in the early, they do not win. And it looks pretty doom and gloom for the NIP match.
Unfortunately for Photic, he'll be setting up for Ghosts. if the fights keep going the way that NIP have been fighting them. They do have 2 items now on Rookie. The Nashor's Tooth, Leandry's combo going to provide them a little bit more damage. They have, though, fallen down to a sole point to Weibo, who now will have all control about the decisions made around the map. And that is why we can praise so much of this Weibo turnaround. I mean, literally, the one game they looked really bad on was the Maokai game, where they didn't have really any proactivity to speak of. They didn't have any way in, they didn't have any big leads, and they gave up any advantage they had in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, and on the other side, I feel like you mentioned it, like Weibo went back to what worked for them. I am very confused here, and again, it has nothing to do with Leon on the Nidalee, but when you're choosing such a pick, but then the composition looks a little bit like you should be playing towards Thompson, but you can't play towards Thompson because K'Sante is open. But you know K'Sante is open anyway, so it is a possible pick for Breed. That's why they kept it until R5. It's just, I feel like NIP today, overall in their drafts, they have absolutely not made it easy for themselves to play these games. And I'm not sure if the phrase is keep it simple stupid or keep it stupid simple, one of the two, but they haven't done that. They only did it once and they won, and they just haven't been able to replicate.
I will give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, yes, you're gonna have to make the run if you want to make it all the way to Silver Dragon Cup, but the gauntlet of the LPL playoffs is just not easy, man. It is so tough. We just talked about, like, this is the 4th best of 5. Like, do or die best of 5s. High stress, like your season is over, and especially to this point, they had to get those wins to get regionals. So you can see some of the stress maybe coming through, but maybe some of that is enough to turn it around. Oh god, the double TPs. Everything's turning red right now, and everything's turning up Weibo. Shanji's over here. He's all by himself, and he's going to be turned into a mount for the wall at the Weibo cabin. A triple kill for Light.
Light with the triple kill, diving into the fray, absolutely destroying Rookie and Weibo Gaming. The question was posed at the start of the day: are you consistent enough to take down an NIP that's on a roll in playoffs? Are you consistent enough to take them down in your first best of 5 in playoffs? And Weibo Gaming have stuck a big fat yes on everyone's face.
Tarzan and Breathe, the prospects of saving this Weibo team coming into summer and try to find some more of those stabilities, try to find some more of the carry potential between these two. It has been nice to see them flex their muscles a little bit, especially in this game itself, but man, you can see it's just NIP desperation here, and they're just so far behind.
I just love how Light plays aggressive right there. He literally dives into the backline. He knows if I take Rookie out here, we win the fight. He is that one ray of sunshine for NIP. And if you are a believer, if you are a fan of NIP, if you remember the era of Counter-Strike with Get Right, with Forest, with Fifth Laren, with Exist, with Freiburg, the NIP Magic, the team that could come back from a 0-12 round deficit, you need to believe in them right now.
Xiaohu is going to be pounced on the side lane. Oh no, Rookie! Okay, he finally gets it. I was going to say Joel trying to give it to him, but here comes the Rift Arrow play. They still had it, by the way, because it's only 23 minutes into the game. He just charged it into the wall there just to try to make sure he doesn't give his life in the end, because Dragon is coming up, and that would be a soul on an infernal Dragon Soul Rift.
And a lot of pull coming in from Weibo Gaming as well. Very easy ways to apply that Infernal Soul, as well as the TPs coming through from Rookie.
Instant flash by Rookie to get away from Breeze's setup there. He's trying to deliver him back to the team comp of Weibo. NIP, they do not want to give up position on this Dragon. Here comes the big combo. Here comes the massive lilting lullaby. It's going to get a couple there, and now Weibo, they're streaming forward. Light is still untouched, and look how much damage he does. My God, look to the east, because the light is shining, and it's another big moment for Weibo as they get a full, clean, total ace over NIP.
Every single member of Weibo Gaming has stepped up today. They've stepped up to take down NIP.
They have indeed, and all it takes is a couple more towers to burn, and Weibo, they will end the streak to the Dragon Cup for NIP, and they will move onwards to face off against Billy.
What a statement performance right here for Weibo Gaming. We had not seen them at all in playoffs. We did not know what they had to offer. We did not know how consistent they were, how they played the early games. We had so much sample size from NIP steamrolling 3 best-of-5s back to back to back. And they looked scary. They looked like they were back, but today they looked lost. Weibo Gaming with such incredible early games to solidify their leads at 15 to then close it out. That's been some decisive early game moves. And again, mega props to Crisp and Tarzan that have made these early games happen for them.
That's the biggest point we have to hammer home here, is that these two guys had a hell of a series. Not only Crisp consistently just outperforming Dwo, but he is everywhere on the map. You have Tarzan, who after the Maokai game and before that was finding those proactive plays to pair up with Crisp so often, and somebody has to find a way to put a stop to that. This literally was the conversation I was having about NIP throughout this entire playoffs, is at some point Leyen's consistency will fail. And we thought it was going to be against Kanavi. Turns out it was Tarzan that ended up having the recipe to take them down.
Well, arguably, Weibo Gaming did finish higher, and Tarzan has had an incredible performance throughout Summer Split. So you could say that Tarzan has had better performances than Kanavi, but Leyan did push Kanavi to his limits. He's one of the best junglers in the LPL, and I feel like here I didn't see much of Leyan. I feel like the whole Zyra train, the comfort of playing this sort of champion gave them a full sense of security in terms of how they want to play their games, because I feel like I did not necessarily see much that I was anticipating through the jungle. It was the Tarzan versus Leyan, both carry junglers. It's gonna be an amazing game. It just wasn't quite the case.
That's why you wonder, like, why didn't JDG ban the Zyra single game all time?
Or take it away.
Anyways,
like anything.
Last little adieus to NIP. Don't fret, fans, as you will still have the regional qualifiers to look forward to, but the race to the Silver Dragon Cup is over now. Weibo will move onwards to the Guardian Angel, but a little bit of love needed to NIP, who for 2 splits in a row have been able to show us magical moments in the playoffs, in best of 5s when it matters most. I think, you know, seeing their regular season finish, especially in the Ascend group, you might not think that was going to be the case, but they still find a way, and we'll see what they can do as we move further on. But I think for Weibo themselves, securing that Guardian Angel, having a little bit of a rough start in terms of your seeding here, but being able to make it into that next round, absolutely huge for them, and the sky's the limit.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. You definitely need Guardian Angel, knowing that your next match is going to be BLG in a best of 5.
Xiaohu versus Wei. I can't wait. Oh
Listen,
my God.
I'm not saying that Weibo Gaming can't take down BLG. However, when you're going up against the champs, you definitely want to have the security of not being able to get taken out completely. So definitely huge step for Weibo Gaming. And you mentioned it, the old RNG camaraderie, I want to say, so far, which will end up being one up against another. And I feel like they both came into these two teams respectively and reinvented themselves. Way for BLG, bringing a new flair to the team, and of course Xiaohu solidifying himself as a leader to a different team that we haven't necessarily pictured him on, being on RNG for so many years and winning so many titles internationally and domestically.
I got a little results-based analysis for you here, though, Trouble. Bear with me, all right?
Okay.
So this top bracket, we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot. So if NIP get Zyra 11 times, you know, they look really good. That's great.
Yeah.
That's good analysis, numbers there. Zeri won every single game today. Like, I don't know if we need to do something about that pick, or if that's just the next iteration of I cannot believe we didn't ban this one time throughout the entire series. But it is a question to behold.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie today. I looked at all the picks and the champion pools in general for all these players, and they are so vast. I'm not sure what you even begin to ban here. Despair. Looking at this damage graph, it's full despair. Seeing Nidalee plus Renekton, I'm like, this is a match made in freaking heaven. And you leave Cassante open, which completely counters the whole fact that you can dive onto red side. Extremely durable champion, can very easily not only push out the wave, so you don't have a wave to dive with, but very elusive when it comes to those dives as well. You can all very easily catch him, so yeah, the Zeri didn't necessarily have to do much. Didn't get to that point, but
Did less than 10,000 damage, you know? But keeping NIP away from a lot of the objectives, keeping them off the map, and I think that was something to think about in this series. Is it was very fast tempoed. Like, we didn't get a lot of dragons in a couple of those games till super later on, but we were getting bot lane plays into Rift Herald plays or into Grub plays over and over again, getting complete action across the Rift, and these were very high tempo, fast paced games.
And unfortunately, right here, NIP would just not necessarily keep up with what was happening on the Rift and ended up falling short. I think they only got 3 kills
They did,
the
yeah.
entire game. That was absolutely brutal for the team. But again, I want to stay on the positives right here. Weibo Gaming,
Absolutely.
and particularly Tarzan, because he's played so freaking well. This guy has been the bridesmaid in every single region he's played in. 2018 summer playoffs for LCK, second, lost to KT. 2019 spring playoffs, LCK, lost to SKT. 2019 summer playoffs, he tries again, lost to SKT. 3 times second in a row. And then he's like, you know what? Screw the LCK. I'm gonna jump over to the LPL. Seems like I can get a title there. Loses to JDG. Literally last summer, gets another second place. Like, this guy, he needs to have his redemption arc and finally lift
I'm
a
just
trophy.
saying, it's not
And
his
this
fault,
time around,
all right?
He has a team.
I'm just saying.
Hey, listen, he's played on the legendary roster with Lehans and Viper. I don't know about that one.
I don't know, man. It's just, it was so crazy to me that he wasn't playing in spring, because I do not think, yes, I think some of the picks in the summer playoffs in 2023 were, interestingly enough, big deciding factors, but it was so nice to see this guy picked up yet again. And again, the combo of him and Breathe have brought a lot more strength to this top side of the map, and the map in general, it feels like, for Weibo.
I feel like it's a completely different Weibo gaming, because you mentioned, I feel like Breathe is very stable towards the top side of the map, which is especially what you need from a top laner. But I think specifically Shahu has had a resurgence. This guy, let's be honest, he did not have a good spring at all. It felt like, even though he can play everything, because he's been top lane, he's been mid lane, he's done it all. He's won international titles on both of these lanes. It felt like spring was just not it for him. And jumping onto this AD carry heavy meta, where you give him a lot of the resources, but in return you expect him to carry, he has stepped up. And Tarzan dived into this team expecting to lift all of the weight, and he just didn't have to. I think this is why everything is so harmonious right now in Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
Everyone is just doing their jobs.
Weibo don't need to ever touch a AP mid laner, I guess, in that regard, as it's literally just been AD for Xiaohu, and it works out every single time. But again, we can't harp enough on this Weibo team. Yes, they were able to rise to the occasion against NIP, but the test does not get any easier. You will have a second life, but against Billy, you're going to have that same proactivity from the jungle if you want to set aside Wei and the team.
And again, seeing all these best of fives, you sort of sit back as BLG and you're like, what do you think worked necessarily for Weibo Gaming in this series? It went to all 4. I guess getting a bigger sample size of games, such as Weibo Gaming had over NIP, over 3 best of 5s that they had to play, you sort of get to see and gauge how they want to play through the playoffs and how you do win majority of your games. And I feel like Weibo Gaming, if you shut down that bot lane, if Crisp cannot get out of there, it seems like this might be the play for BLG. And I don't know. I'm just saying, I think BLG have one of the best bot lanes in the LPL right now, so they might as well achieve that.
I very much look to the prep that Weibo were very obviously utilizing in the drafts and stuff like that. When you look at the first game, you see literally all the things that NIP were able to clutch out their last series against JDG with, being banned away, and then that first game going holistically wrong for NIP as well. I think it was a little bit of foreshadowing to the end, but that is what some of that prep, and that's what good, behind the scenes coaching staffs, player conversations, and things like that can bring to the table.
Yeah, and I feel like me saying that NIP have the best macro winner on a good day kind of backfired. You guys can hold me accountable to that.
I appreciate that.
Give the excuse that, hey, they were not on a good day, so I'll go.
The Stu's alarm's still going. I don't know.
Yeah, but hey, might see them on the regional qualifier and see that incredible macro right there, which would also mean their life towards Worlds, which is very important to them, especially for all the Rookie fans out there that want to see him back. It's been 5 years since Rookie has been on an international stage, and it's been way too long. However, for the LPL to send a team like NIP to Worlds, something very catastrophic means it's gonna happen. So they definitely need to step it up.
Yeah, we'll see. As we're waiting for the MVP, obviously, we can start thinking,
Who is it?
who do you think it
Who do
could
you
be?
got? Who do you got?
I don't know. I mean, I think Xiaohu deserves at least a little bit of praise, but I don't know if he had the most influential last game here, sitting under 10K.
Yeah.
So it is going to be Tarzan. So
Let's give
he
it to
gets the
Tarzan.
sticks of the Lilia, goes 4-0 and 11, has absolute influence around the map, and will take another MVP of the series.
He got 2 out of 3 MVPs for the wins that his team got today and 12 overall in the summer split. This shows you how valuable this player is for that Weibo gaming roster. I feel like his play, especially this one, he sees NIP pull too far forward, instantly flash Q into the ultimate right there from Tarzan. Absolutely no fear. And this is what I love watching about this guy, is that the second he gets slightly ahead, he just doesn't let go. It's full gas.
All the gas in the tank and all the drive to keep going forward as well. Love to see some of the drive shots here. But Tarzan quickly putting it into the show that was trying to be put on by the Jin there. But it also was just him having a hell of a series. If you take out the Maokai game, maybe that decision early got to come back to haunt him. But in a lot of these moments, like, there was a reason why this pick was banned away so much, I feel like, already in our playoffs, but especially now into this series, and you get to see it on full display if you let it through.
Absolutely goated Lilia performance right here, as you mentioned
Absolutely
previously.
deared performance. That doesn't work the same. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work.
You know, it's so good.
Workshop.
Absolutely dear. Jumping from animal, there was a crocodile in this game. There were way too many animals here. But yeah, Tarzan coming up ahead. I feel like even in that game too with the Maokai, even if it was a mistake to get in there, he was still trying to find angles, which is something that I very highly value in terms of your jungle and your support, trying to find avenues to claw you back into the game, because we saw previously NNIP that would just put their hands up and sort of slowly lose, trying to get the smolder to 2 to 5 stacks, and it just wasn't the case anymore. You just couldn't fight anymore. And I feel like I applaud Weibo Gaming for trying to be aggressive even in a game that is losing, because small bits like that, small gold influxes from kills here and there, can definitely bring you back into the game.
Yeah, and that's where we can kind of take track of exactly what we saw go well for Weibo. We've talked about it so much today. Obviously, the jungle plus support setup, but keeping that prio in mid lane has been so important in the meta. And we see that Weibo take a 3-1 victory over NIP, ending their run and stopping them here at 4 best-of-5s in a row. But it is a Weibo who will move forward on to the Guardian Angel round of round 4.
Yeah, and they have to face BLG at that as well. So definitely Guardian Angel gonna be very useful, I would like to say. Playing versus BLG, you never know. However, tomorrow we're gonna have another banger. AL coming off of a victory, but now they have to face the big dogs. Top Esports, you know, they're rumored to be the best team in the LPL at the moment, and they're being put to their first task. This is going to be the first best of 5 in playoffs versus AL.
And it's still a do or die best of 5. It's still, you win and you get your Guardian Angel, you lose and you are out.
You're out.
AL want to continue their streak. They want to try to capitalize on some of the strengths that we have seen from them in the regular season, as well as some of these playoff performances. But Trouble, it has been an absolute pleasure to get to cast this series. Unfortunately, we didn't get to go to 5 games, but we did get to see a Weibo that looked so triumphantly strong going into a Billy in the next round. We will see you again tomorrow, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.